Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Mind the frizzy hair today, pals. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course. And, yeah, that's what we'll be doing. I hope everybody had a good weekend. Mine was pretty busy. I don't have too much to say about it. Today, I got some... I got a checkup for my glasses. Yeah, no glasses today. Basically, I'm wearing the contacts that they gave me to try out, so I just didn't put my glasses on. So yeah, looking a little different today, I know, but I might swap over to the glasses if things get a little too, if too many comments come in, you might bruise my ego. All right, so what are we working on today? Of course, we're working on Insignia. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here on YouTube and Twitch. And a big thank you to Swellix for the most recent follow. Now Luke Battle for the most recent follow. And Castatatus for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. It's an adjustment. Yeah, it's an adjustment. It doesn't... I think my eyes appear bigger with the glasses. I think they magnify my eyes a little bit. Is that better? Can you all... Is that... They're part of the character. I'm not in costume without the glasses. So, yeah, today working on Insignia. We're going to be doing a little bit of play testing, maybe, if you're interested. The feature test is up with a new test that I am calling the live gameplay test. So this is basically a test that you will always be able to play whenever I'm live or when I'm not live, that basically reflects what I'm doing at the moment. So it's just when I want you to check something out, I'll put it there. Even if there's no feedback form, this will be a place where you can just kind of enjoy whatever I'm working on. Okay. So, how is everyone doing? Hope you all had a good weekend. There is one other kind of announcement that it's just like a heads up for those of you who are watching the VODs and obviously who are watching live, particularly on YouTube, is this experiment with streaming on YouTube. It's been going well. I've really been enjoying having a second audience and just sort of keeping in touch with you guys and meeting you and having you find me. But one thing that's a little bit not the best is we've been observing something of a subscriber leak on YouTube since starting streaming there, and this is something that, as I've noticed, the novelty of the streams on YouTube may be wearing off for some viewers. The viewership numbers on YouTube sort of going down a little bit, and the subscriptions per day, or the unsubscriptions per day, kind of like not really justifying. Clearly some YouTube viewers just don't like to see the stream on their feed. And I'm considering going back to exclusively streaming on Twitch. It's not, it's not the worst thing, and it's also not something that I'm set in stone on. I'm still sort of tossing up the benefits of either pathway, but I thought I'd just let you know that it's something that I'm considering because it may affect some of your viewing opportunities for those of you who can only watch on YouTube. I like streaming on YouTube, but I guess the biggest negative would be that streaming on two platforms means that it does make chat a little harder to monitor, and it does make the experience a little less in terms of its cohesion. So if that's not coming back to us in terms of just raw viewership numbers, it's not something that I can really justify long term. So that's just where we're at. We'll see how things go. It's been an unfortunate curve where, like, You know, the average viewers on YouTube sort of stabilize at maybe like 60 to 100. But every day, almost that many people unsubscribe. So it's sort of a, I think long term, you could justify it as like a shift in the audience. You know, maybe there are some people who are more likely to watch, more likely to get involved in the channel, and a proportion that are less likely. And maybe over time, you know, the less likely would be replaced by the more likely. But in the short term, it's hard to justify kind of holding out for that. So we'll see. All right. So what are we doing? I'm ready to jump back into the demo today. We might do some animation. We might do some more development. I've got a bit of a backlog of animation building up, and there are some things that I'm getting a little bit conscious of when it comes to, have I thought about making a second YouTube channel that's the stream channel? Possibly. Yeah, that's not out of the question. Yeah, it's not my favorite thing to do. The idea of like splitting my stream audience or my audience is it's not super palatable to me, but maybe that's just the way to do it if I was adamant on streaming on YouTube. I just don't know. I guess I just don't know what the future of it is, what like long term. I don't know. I guess you could say that about Twitch as well. It's tough. It's tough. I think Twitch has been, you know, having there be somewhere for an audience to gather is great. But having two audiences is kind of less valuable than having one audience, you know? Like I use this time, I guess, as a way to reach out to you guys and to have those of you who are interested kind of get more involved. But there's also like, you know, a monetization aspect with Twitch that YouTube isn't quite as on top of. So I think I would have to maybe put a lot more energy into YouTube, and I'd be building from scratch at that point if we started a new channel. So it may just be that the water has eroded too deeply, you know, on YouTube for VODs and on Twitch for streams. So maybe that's just the path of least resistance, is to just continue doing what I'm already doing, or what I've been doing before this year. So that's where I'm at. I'm just going to move. I've got a fan set up down there, and it's blowing directly into my eyes, which have contacts in them, so they're drying out very quickly. I'll be right back. See if that feels a little better. It's kind of blowing directly into the desk now. Now it's a little... Maybe I'll just put it somewhere in the room. Just to circulate the air a little bit. Okay, pals. So yeah, how are things looking? They're looking okay. We're looking good. So yeah, I guess other things to consider. Let's just jump into Figma, and we'll see where we're at. I think YouTube's okay for long form video still. I think that they still encourage and incentivize viewers to, YouTubers, video creators to create videos that are longer than 10 minutes. I think the monetization on YouTube for longer form videos is still far more viable than shorts. Shorts is a big market. There are a lot of eyeballs there, but I tell you what, the money is not there. The eyeballs might be, but the money is not. All right. Hey, how's it going? Oh gosh, I can't read your name. Tea with Tim. Welcome. Yeah. All right. So, let's discuss where we're at. I'm getting a little bit antsy at the moment. So in terms of like where we are at, we're getting very far through the dates for our alpha, or not alpha, our funding demo. Things are moving very quickly, and I'm just trying to be conscious of like how much time we've got, and anything that I might have to adapt with to in order to kind of hit that deadline where I want to. I really don't think that one extra month is gonna leave us in a position that's I don't think I have enough time in 1 month to get this thing exactly where I need it to, personally. I think I could get, you know, maybe the gameplay in, but the polish, probably not. So we're gonna have to downscope a little bit, I think. You know, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, maybe 6 or 7 if I really wanted to push it, but I really don't want to push it. So that's just kind of where we're at, I think. Just gonna have to try to get the scope right. I think somewhere along the way, we got kind of into this idea that all of chapter 1 would need to appear in the demo, or this idea that maybe we could just tune chapter 1 up in order for it to fit the demo. I don't think that's like necessarily a bad kind of way to think about it. I'm just concerned that the amount of content is too much anyway, and that the amount of polish that I would need to do to get that up to speed is also too much. I'm struggling a little bit to think about where that prioritization needs to be, though. Like, are Armin's animations like pivotal, or is it enemies, like polish on enemies? Is it VFX? Is it the content itself, like the structure? Morphed into a 30-minute demo. It was never going to be 30 minutes. It was going to be 10 to 20. Like 15 was always the kind of the target, but this is hard, man, because I don't really want chapter 1. I don't want to, for this work. How much can I get from funding? 100,000, if I'm lucky. Let's talk for a little bit. I feel like for me, at the moment, where I'm hoping for the, what's the word? Where I'm hoping for the game's content to be and the polish to be when this game is polished, I feel like the funding demo is incentivizing me to make something that is not that. And I feel like these choices that I'm being pushed to make are probably not to the they're not to the benefit of the game, I don't think. I feel like they are forcing me to make the game a little bit more, what's the word? Like expedited, you know, like expedient, just like kind of, you know, sort of done, but not really special or different. That's the like concern. Obviously that's not like necessarily true, but to distill the game down to something that's like or at least chapter 1, into something that feels like, I guess no, it's the whole game, right? It's the mechanics and the systems. To distill the systems down into something that feels like it's 20 minutes it's a really tough challenge to do. And you know, I feel like I could do one of these two things well. I feel like I can either make the gameplay complete but not visually pretty, or I could make the game really pretty and marketable but not a good demonstration of the game's like strengths from a gameplay perspective. I think that the funding demo, I think that the funding opportunity, they are looking for, I mean, a clear vision probably is the easiest way to put it. And that's either going to be, you know, I think that they want to see something special gameplay wise, or they would need to see that the polish would need to be like incredible to basically showcase to them and explain to them that like, hey, like the visuals and the world are the value point. That's the differentiator. That compromise is not something I really want to make, but I may have to. It may just have to be the case that like the demo is just a shorter, condensed version, and it does drop a lot more content than I was hoping, in favor of sort of straddling those two values, you know? Yeah, I think that this is one of those things where like the game, my concern, and I don't mean this in like a perfectionistic way, just in like a market way, I just think that people's attention is very hard to get unless you're doing something special. Well, that's the problem, Swizz, is that for me, I think like the dismissal of the game as like just another Metroidvania, in order for me to dismiss that claim, the game has to be either captivating in its visuals, or it has to be noticeably unique in its gameplay, such that it's worth people's time. I think that the game itself is on track to be both of those things. You know, I'm very comfortable that it's going to be marketable, but I think that with what I'm working on right now, in the time that we have, it's hard to distill either of those things in a way that justifies the game fully, you know? If you have the systems done and then making the demo pretty, showing just a small part of the game, wouldn't that be ideal? Yeah, but that's what we've been doing, you know? But it has to be like even smaller than that, unfortunately. Like it's not about what, it's about how much, you know? That's kind of where we're at the moment. Maybe it's something where I can only do 10 minutes worth. I don't know. The hard part is, like, for me, because the game is so systems driven, like, whether it's 10 minutes worth or 20 minutes worth, the actual amount of gameplay is not, it's actually negligible to make it double the size. It's more just like, can I give you an experience? Like, the systems you have to touch in order to make the game, in order to explain and distill what, from a gameplay perspective, what makes the game like interesting is the way that you get abilities and how you use them in the levels. In order to make that work, I have to have a little bit of story set up just to explain who you are and what's happening. I have to have you unlock some of the abilities. I have to teach you how to use them, and I have to give you space to discover the interesting ways that they combine and create puzzle scenarios. And I have to have enemies that showcase those things. And it would be nice to have some sort of satisfying end. That sequence of things, no matter how small the content is, it still needs to do those things. And those things I might not have enough time to really nail unless I just, you know, just gun it for the next month. Just like bury myself, you know? Armin's animations wouldn't be that big of a time sink. I mean, they're in the scope. Like, I wouldn't not have them in there. And there are a few remaining. I mean, we could list them down if we really want. So, let's have a look. I'm trying to explain that, like, no matter how small the demo is, if it's going to do the job of explaining the game at all, it's probably going to have at least touch points to, you know, 5 different beats. If I compress them down to 5 minutes or make them 10 minutes, each of those beats, like, for example, the UI for unlocking an ability, the mini game for getting a new ability, and one enemy encounter, I have to at least polish that enemy. A level, like all of those things, each are different production values. That just that onboarding piece requires probably about a month's worth of work, I think. And then there's like, well, if I make it, you know, 2 or 3 enemies, maybe if the polish isn't quite there for the second 2, that's fine. You know what I mean? But then that's now 20 minutes. You know, like, it's easy to make a lot of content once the systems are polished. But I'm not sure that the systems... I guess the system polish is important. But then it's like, do I give you a simpler version of the systems so that you don't have to learn, you don't have to use the tutorials, or you don't... I don't know, like... You know, because the intuitiveness of the system, like, getting to grips with how the game plays and, like, getting in the headspace of that, doing that effectively is probably as valuable as the game looking pretty to me. Like, the UX of teaching you how the game works, that's actually really important to me. Yeah, Robbie. So, like, that, my concern is that I might not be able to do that. Even that. I don't know. Maybe my standard's too high. I think the elements need to be there. But let's think about it. So let's think about what Armin's animations are. So we've got 1, we've got 2, 3. It's really just 3 animations that totally don't have any work put into them. So it's like this is fine, that's not fine. So like this one could do the little bit of polish, but that's okay. That's mostly done. So it's like 1, 2, 3 plus the ability frames, which are just frames. So like that's an animation. So 4 plus the ride up animation, but the thrust is okay. Oh, it's got a couple of frames there. Like 6 animations, 5, 6 animations. Yeah, I mean, we have to write it out. We have to. At some point. I hate doing it, but I know it's necessary. I'm not crazy. Probably don't need to do that. Petting a chicken, really? That's one of the things that I would say is like the least valuable. This is the frustrating thing, you know. Like it's one of those things where it's like I'm in charge of this stuff. Like I'm responsible for what goes in and what goes out as like the director or whatever. And everyone in chat, it's easy for you guys to say, "Come on, you know, be judicious and be smart and don't overscope." And then when it's time to cut the scope down, it's like, "Oh, well, you can't leave that out. You can't leave that out." It's like, oh, well, only I know how big the scope is. So for me, it's like I'm already cutting out so much stuff to get this looking like, you know, finished. And do you know what? There is a thing here that we could sort of just quickly discuss, which is the fact that they might not really care if some stuff's not polished. Like if the game was at a more the demo that they're asking for does not need to be polished, right? It was more like they want to see a prototype. That's what they've asked for. So, and one of the things that the funding goes towards is the funding goes towards developing an industry level prototype. So like, I don't need for these animations to be perfect, but you know, I think what's difficult about this version of the game at the moment is that the standard is inconsistent. So like, I think it's one of those things where if you see something that's really polished and then you see something that's not polished at all, it's very hard to know where the standard is and like which parts, like, is that going to get more prettier over time? If it was all blocks, then it would be easy to say, oh, this will be pretty at one point. Yeah, I think so. I think polish Armin because we see him a lot. Exactly. And the other thing that makes this game so hard to do this to is that some of these things like animations, some of these animations, like for enemies, that's the difference between the enemy being fun to fight and not fun to fight. Because if you can't understand what the enemy's doing because they're not telegraphing correctly, because the animation's not there, it's just going to feel frustrating. And some of that, the nuance is like, it just won't be there. So anyway, let's just figure this out. Yeah. I just think that some of that memorability comes from the polish. That's all I'm concerned about. Where polish is not, it's not graphical polish so much as it is UX polish or game flow polish. I don't know. Let's not discuss it too much because we're going to get caught up in semantics and circles and it's not going to be fun. So, pet. Okay. What is this? Why did it do that? Okay. So I think that the best bet I have, because I'm solo right now, is to cross things off the list. I think that matters more than priority in terms of like, well, you know, if there's 10 plates to spin and they don't have to be spun very fast, but they just have to be spun enough that, you know, I finish by the time it's done, that's much harder to do than to spin one plate really quickly and then finish it, put it down, and then pick up the next plate and spin that really quickly. So I think I just want to like check stuff off so that my mental stack goes down, because my efficiency is going to be hampered by my ability to, you know, keep track of everything. So yeah, I think it's like things like Armin's animations or like the wall climb vine or whatever, just like get it done and then put it aside and move on, rather than go, oh, should I be doing this today? Should I be doing that? It's just going to take too long. So I'm going to take a really quick break, and then when we come back, we will do Armin's animations. That's very big. Where's that? Okay. So this is in the meantime, we actually have a demo for you guys to play if you're interested. So in the feature test, yeah, you got it. That's it. So in the feature test, we have this scene right here, which should be playable. It involves acquiring 2 ensigns and getting to the end of the level. There's no feedback form. You can just jump in and play it. For those of you who haven't played it, it's unfortunately, you might have to play some of the earlier feature tests. This one is called the live gameplay test. I got you. So this is it here. You should full screen if you can. Start the game. If you haven't already, play these two first. These first two are kind of they're a requisite set for this. Once you've done this, you just jump in and it should work. Don't go through any of the doors or else it'll break. So yeah, you can get an ability. You can... Right now, the button to open up the menu is shift. Okay. Oh gosh, I'm not used to these keybinds, so it's new for me. Oh. Yeah, there you go. You can, of course, update your own keybinds, but I haven't got them set up. Cool. So that's just something to play with. Still super early. Obviously, internal test gameplay. Like, don't be too judgy. But feel free to let me know in the comments here in chat how you feel about it. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Yo, we're back. Hey, Eyes, thank you so much for the resub. And Otter Sensei, thank you for the resub. Sorry that I missed those. Thank you so much. Hey, Chaz. Okay. Whew. I might take these contacts out. I'm getting a little like, it's kind of hard to focus on stuff because they're quite powerful and my eyes are like, I'm getting a little disoriented. I'll be like 1 minute. Okay, we're back. Whew. Hello. It's me, your streamer. So, I guess we'll just get straight into it, shall we? Owen's animations, yeah? Thank you. All right, I gotta get settled in for this. I gotta sort of just get ready to enjoy it rather than get intimidated by how much work I have to do. Okay. Hey, Sonwix? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. So, this is the up air. The first thing we're going to do is validate whether or not it's right. That's the first thing, most important. No, I'm just sort of half having a panic attack, that's all. It's about other stuff. It's not about the animation, it's just about me as a human being not being like emotionally prepared. But the work is fine. I love the work. I just don't like the circumstances. This is mostly good. I have very few problems with it. We're probably going to have to swing that sword a little bit more towards at the end. I think that's probably the biggest thing. But other than that, I think it's okay. So like rather than ending it here. Yeah, it's just existential dread. It's just some combination of like financial pressure and, you know, time pressure and performative, you know, anxiety and all that stuff all rolled into one. It is a trip. I'll tell you that much. Swizz, just go to bed. You're okay. So I think instead, like what I'll do is I'll take this frame here. I don't know what all of these extra frames are, so I'm just going to delete those extra layers. I don't know what this sword is. Probably bring it down to, where's the sword on these frames? Here? Sure, so let's bring that down here for some standardization. And now I have time and space to make this a bit more to what I think it should be. So let's use a nice green. And I'm just going to trace the front edge of the sword for how I would do it. You know, if it was me doing it, you know, not just this random guy who did it earlier. If I was the one animating this. And the reason why I would do that is I think that his body should be rotated more towards this way at the end of the animation. That's my hunch. If we watch the animation play out, right? This is the way we're facing. We're facing left at the moment. If we do the flip, notice how at the end of this, we're facing right, left, but we weren't. We're sort of like facing back. We're rotating, 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 but we never quite get there. So we want to get all the way around, not just like here. We're facing mostly here, but we want to be facing more like here by the time we finished. It's not a mirroring issue, actually. It's just that the rotation needs to complete. It's just that I ended it early. I like this frame. We could probably cut this out and go straight to this frame. So when we take the body, are these on different? They kind of are. We could probably take this and just shuffle it back. And this is the benefit of doing this. I watched a video, it was a couple of days ago on YouTube by a YouTuber who was basically saying that Aseprite's no good, or Aseprite's overrated was the topic. And they were saying that Aseprite was overrated because it doesn't allow you to essentially animate objects. I disagree. I think that Aseprite is great as long as you have a workflow that lets you accommodate for that particular criticism. So the criticism is, oh, but you can't really animate objects permanently. Hey! Thornity Co. Welcome so much. Welcome so much for your... Thank you so much and welcome for the raid. How's it going? How was your stream? What'd you get up to? So like right now, I'm rotating this like an object, right? I'm not losing any detail when I do it because I'm animating it in an abstract way. Oh, Bracky's Game Jam is happening right now? Is that right? Did I know that? Is it called Bracky's Jam, this one? Did they make it? Or did they rename it something else? I thought that was a lot. Oh, there's 2 per year. Oh, I see. Oh, it just started, did it? Yesterday. That's fun. What's behind the door? Nice. Hey, Razael. Thanks for watching. So, basically the way that you could do it in another art program would be something like this. You would draw some feature, right? It's like it's a helmet, right? It's like a centurion helmet or something like that. Right? So you draw this. You draw it once. And then in the art program, so you basically save this as like an object on a specific frame. And then on subsequent frames later on, if I rotate it, you know, it rotates. But if I go back to that original source position and I change some detail, that detail also changes on the later frame even after it's been rotated. So the rotated version keeps the changes in detail. Basically, it's applying that transformation based on the source object, not just assigning a bunch of pixels and just saving it. That would be the one thing that Aseprite's missing. Hey, thank you so much. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Slactofies? Thank you so much for the sub. And thank you, Thornadico, for the follow. Cheers. Does that apply to multi-layer sprites? Yeah, it would be anything. You could do it with any on-screen element you would assign an object to, and then you would animate it by manipulating the object in later frames and in later layers. I don't really work that way. I'm sure it basically, there's like, once you adopt that kind of workflow, you're incentivized to animate in a specific way. I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think that it just affects your style output a little bit. It just means that on-screen elements visually become more stable. And that is a video gamey thing. It's very common in pixel art and in pixel art animation for lots and lots of games. That's very much how it's done. So it's not a bad thing by any means. It's just that my workflow doesn't work that way. And maybe, oh, it's Butcherface. Did I pronounce it correctly at all? Do you pronounce the J as J or J in Norwegian? I wouldn't know. I know in a lot of like Northern European, like German and maybe even Swedish, it's more like J. Very good. So let's put this in the game and see if that works. I think it's just as good. It's still missing a little bit of something, but it's basically, I mean, the criticism is really about destructive edits. That's all this really comes down to. It's just, are you comfortable with destructive edits in your art program? If you have a workflow that lets you do destructive edits in a way that's safe, then it's fine. And by destructive edits, what I mean is like, you know, when I paint over a layer on a new frame, that's permanent, right? I can't change it later and have it back propagate. So in this way, basically, I know not to detail any of these frames until I'm happy with the motion, then I add the detail. With a different system, you might be able to do the detail first and then make a bunch of animation changes and then go, oh, I like it animated a bit more this way, and then not lose any detail. For me, that doesn't really affect how I do any of this stuff, so I just detail last, you know. Have to remember that like a lot of the Disney movies were animated by hand on paper, you know. So if they can do it, surely it's not that bad. I don't think I need another frame, but I'm getting kind of running out a little bit of opportunities here. Okay, this goes here. This goes here. Why is this so high up? Oh, I guess on the earlier frames, the cape was in front. Not cape, but the cloak, the jacket. I suppose I could drag it down for the later frames. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not saying that technology is bad. Like, definitely, like, if you can streamline your workflow, like, go for it. It's great. And I might have to streamline what I'm doing. in the end, just because it's more expedient, just because it's better. I just can't afford to lose what makes the game special in the process. That's the hard part, because the animation style that I have it's kind of unique. So, most pixel art games don't really look like mine, which is valuable. How do I show this? Yeah, I mean that rotates a lot better. I am a little concerned that the rotation aspects of it are not as valuable. I think there's this thing. I'm trying to be critical of my workflow here. Photoshop to Aseprite? Oh, almost instant. Aseprite's very similar to Photoshop in the key bindings and how the tools work. It's almost the same. Yeah, so I've got this thing. Let me explain this to you guys. It's what I would call this is the intersection between Eastern and Western animation. So what I've drawn is like basically the character is swinging around, okay? And typically, let's say I've got, what have I got? 8 frames. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, these are your points. What I would typically do, if you're doing like Disney style animation, you do what I'm doing now, where you go, a bit of lead in. So the motion starts here, it moves a little bit here, maybe a little bit less at the beginning. And then it goes whoosh, one big smear frame. Okay. Then you might do another sort of takeaway of the smear, and then you go like slower, slower, stop. Okay. So it's like, in terms of distance over time, it would be something like this. Like, would feel like this. Right? So this is your smear. And then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? That's how you would do it. Like a nice easing curve. The anime way of doing this is very different. The anime way of doing this is saying, okay, I've got 3 poses, right? I'm going to keyframe this out. I've got pose 1. This is my center point. I've got pose 1. I've got pose 2. And I've got pose 3. And maybe even just 2. Maybe it's literally just 2. Maybe it's before the action, after the action. And I dedicate a couple of frames here building up, right? A little bit of a cloak wave or whatever. The massive impact frame for the whole thing. And then just the cloak shifting and the hair waving in the wind after. It's literally just 2 keyframes. Like, ha-cha, done. As opposed to... Now, the thing is, our brains... It's kind of tapping into 2 things here. One is like our ability to track motion. So this is trying to speak to your eye's ability to watch something move over time. Whereas this is almost closer to, I would call this like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like impression, right? It's not really about the motion. It's almost like a comic book. It's almost like a manga panel that happens to be moving. You know what I mean? It's like you want to see the cool animation or the cool picture, and it doesn't really matter whether or not it moved. It's more just that you're experiencing a cool frame, and the motion kind of like sells it, but it's not really selling the effect of there being animation so much as it is like an animated frame, if that makes any sense. You see this all the time in like, you know, something like Demon Slayer. Where the keyframes, now they actually use digital interpolation, but even this, right? All of what we just saw were single keyframes. Keyframe, 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 keyframe. Well, these are keyframes, but that's a keyframe, 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 keyframe. There was only one, even this motion, right? It's all one keyframe, still on the keyframe, still on the keyframe, and then another keyframe, and then it's gone. Rather than watching it move like this over time, the visual effects make up for a lot of that feeling of motion. And instead, the keyframes are more about communicating energy and intent to you. It's more about the impression of how you are supposed to feel looking at the image as a static image. Like a picture, like a photo, you know? It's more like, look at this photo plus, you know, you know what the word is? The word is moment. It's capturing a moment versus capturing motion. That's how I'll describe it. Right? It's the snapshot. And the thing is, even though this is lower fidelity, even though it's not as smooth or it's not as lifelike, what it is kind of more powerful sometimes. Sometimes catching the character's eye for a little bit longer, right? Well, the difference is this, right? When you have frame, and the distance between them is consistent. Say it's somebody's eye. So it's a character and they're facing here and their head is turning such that you're watching the eyes. Right? So they're looking from here through to looking that way, right? That head turn, the consistency of those frames is what sells your ability to track each eye as it goes, okay? But there's no moment here. It's all a consistent thing. So in your brain, what do you remember? You don't remember anything. You remember that the head turned. But if it's just, say, this frame, right? This is the frame that we get, and we see the head move like this, but the animation doesn't change. You have longer to take a little mental snapshot of what the face looked like from this angle. And this might be the coolest one. This might be if you were to take a photo as opposed to a video, this might be the photo you take because you can see there's kind of like cooler intent in the face or whatever. So they move it along and then they might just skip to this frame, right? The head's already gone. But you get to see the thing for longer. So it's like, in a way, sometimes this more shortcutty, simpler animation process is more valuable, even though it takes less time. Because it's almost like there's been a clearer decision about what to show you, and it lasts for longer. So I feel like when it comes to this animation, like I'm sitting here, right, and I'm animating it, and I'm not really thinking about keyframes. I'm just thinking about motion over time, and I love animating motion. I love it. I love run cycles. I love anything that's smooth and fluid as a hobby to do. But in terms of selling this frame, like maybe if you look at it, I've got after this frame, which is actually the cool frame, 1, 2, 3 more frames where there's a lot of motion and not a lot of consistency over time. So the question is like, is it even worth it for me to animate these frames this way to try to get the sword length right or whatever, as opposed to just draw him in a finished pose and then hold it, you know? That's the challenge that I kind of run up against here. And it's tough. It's not, for me, I don't have like a professional background in animation. I understand these things, but I haven't really put a lot of time into them. As far as like, I haven't run an animation studio before. And some of this stuff is really, it really is like budget related stuff. It's like, what is more valuable for the time that you've got? So like when I look at the last frames here, that's really cool. Love to see that. But then these frames, I don't know. I guess for now I can't see them yet, but it doesn't really do anything for me. Also, I'm noticing we fall out of the jump animation and we go straight into this frame, which is not quite what I want to see. I should drop straight into the one that I want. So I think what I'm doing is on the air control, get air sprite. This needs to happen on entry as soon as you play the air sheet. I think you should get the sprite immediately. Because it's based on his velocity. Yep, perfect. How does each style play into your core goal of the fight sequencing feeling like a dance? That's a good question. I like that you're trying to point me towards my values. I think having a core differentiator between all the frames, like having clear frames, is actually really important. And dances are two things, right? Dances have beats and they have flow. So like the keyframe approach helps the beats, right? And especially these attacks, which have a bit of a pause before they kick in for balance reasons. It's like, da, right? Whoop-ah. There's always like a 1, 2 for those because I need for there to be, So even this is like, it's like, but I could stretch that out and be more exaggerated. I could hold here longer. In fact, how many frames do I typically go for? It's 1, 2, 3, and then the frame 1, 2. This is too early. So technically, I could actually extend this one out another frame. Yeah. This is super rough. I mean, this isn't really pretty at all. This is kind of like just to get something on the screen as early as possible, this process. Obviously, it looks like kind of garbage, but it's just because I need the timings to be right. Because it's a video game, right? It's not just an animation. Like even just that is enough to sell like what I need to do right now. So seeing this, You know, that almost holding that pose for longer, that might be more valuable than whatever else we were going to do. That sort of flick that, yeah. Okay, but now I've still got to rejig it in the game because the hitbox will come out too early now. Wait, I've got 3 frames. How did I get, what? Tick, 1, 2, 3, and then swing. Oh, did I already? I'm confused. Oh, I've got it coming out on frame 1. Okay, cool. So it's really this frame is where it needs to come from. Without changing the velocity offsets, I might need to... Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, I probably should string that out a little bit further. And I don't have the last frame in there now because I made it longer by 1. So this becomes, well, there is no 6 yet. Armand directional air attacks up. Okay. 7. That's a lot of active frames. That shouldn't have been like that. Been farming for this? What have you done? What did you redeem? Oh, hey, Swizz, I missed your Bob Ross redemption. I saw it, but I didn't have my redemption board up. Sorry, I saw the message. I'm like, Bobby Ross, who's that? Sorry. We'll get to that. Or maybe we'll review Masai's art with the Bob Ross. Yo, Masai. You can send the link in chat. Yeah, that's fine. Go to sleep, Swizz. That's right. So what am I looking at? Anything in particular? No, we'll do the Bob Ross after. Just your art. Just all of the art? This reminds me a lot of Cuphead. It's cool. I really like, I mean, you're using pen. It looks like you're doing a little bit of drafting before, which is good. So like, it's not just pen. Looks like you've done a bit of sketching with the pencil and then drawn over it in pen and then erased the pencil, which is the way I would do it. Let me just click this. Oh, I think it's nice. The forms are pretty good. There's a lot going on. It's hard to really tell kind of like what the story is. But this kind of art, it's very like, you know, it's almost like graffiti. You know, I could see this as like a mural. I like how consistent your shapes are. So here, like everything's being very angular, and I like how consistent those angles are. You know, like this line and this line and this line and that line. There's a lot of like parallel perpendicular lines going on. It's pretty cool. It's got a lot of style. I'm not sure how to critique it because I'm just so like, oh, that's cool. I like where you're going here. Yeah, it's very Cuphead, very Cult of the Lamb as well. Almost a bit Adventure Time. The forms are really good. Like it's really clear like what the shapes are and what the way things are facing. I like it. And I like how you're adding those details as you go. Really nice. I just wanted you to notice me. You've been noticed. Witness me, senpai. Is this different? Oh, it is different. Kermit. It's cool. I could see this being a style used for a game. If that was something that you were planning on doing. Yeah, my favorite's the bird one, I think. I think that's my favorite. It almost reminds me of, I think his name is it Paul Anderson? Oh, I'm not going to get that right. Paul Robertson. He does a lot of this kind of like mural pixel art. Where there's just like a lot going on. Similar kind of concepts where it feels like the forms are sort of explored. Just, you know, a bit more freestyle. Cool. Thank you for sharing. I'm not sure I have much more to say, but I really appreciate seeing it. I don't have any like criticism or anything like that. It's really cool. Okay, no problem. All right. So, Bob Ross accent. Taking the headphones out again. Okay, so here we are. Settling in for another enjoyable time doing some pixel art here. At the moment, we're working on this up attack and contemplating maybe taking out some of these animation frames. I don't know if I've got it today. I feel like I'm not tuning into Bob very well. Okay, so maybe if this was me, I'd probably figure this out such a way that we get some more rotation. And that'd help us figure out exactly what we're trying to do here. No, it's too southern. Happy little arms. That's right. I think this is going to come down to mostly figuring out how we do these smears. And these smears are going to be the life or death of the animation, I think. And in fact, I'd say I think that there's potential here for the smears to be something completely different. We don't currently do too much here. But I want you to think about ways maybe these smears could be made a little more happy, a little more accidental. Oh, I don't think I've got Bob today. I think he's a bit shy. I'm trying. I'm not really getting what I want out of him. Bobby's not really here right now. Too negative for Bob. Yeah, it's kind of my issue with the smears in general in the game is they are too noisy. There's too much mess. It's very hard to I need to like either come up with like a clear style, like a visual effect that is consistent across all of the smears. That's maybe like an engine effect, like a shader or something like that, or something more like just consistent from like a hand-drawn perspective. Right now, there's no real form to it. It's just a lot of lines, which is fine. It's fine as a draft, but I feel like people think this is what I think the frames should look like, and it's not what I think they should look like. I just don't know what they should look like. Oh man, this dog is so annoying out next door. Killing me. Getting like a panic attack just listening to it. Also, it's really bothering me that this looks so similar to that, because it looks like I don't know how to draw the sword, but it's actually the start versus the end of the animation. I'll just make this take 1 second so it gets stuck there. Or like 500 milliseconds maybe. Just while we're previewing it. It looks wobbly otherwise. It looks like I'm not good at animating. Okay. Let's use like this orange for the back arm. Yeah, that's kind of hard to sell, to go from there to there. It also doesn't really work with his... I think I've got this waist too high, but it does need to... You know, we're rotating here. Oh, that's the last frame. Oh, shoot. Well, see, that's a lot of movement. Maybe we don't go quite that far. We just keep it like here. No. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I think maybe this frame is cooler than the continuity of getting us back to here. Like, this frame's really cool. So I should probably hold it. Even if it doesn't really match with where we end up. The pixel perfect setting, when I'm drawing this, no, I never use it. Almost never. I know some artists like Mort use it all the time. Personally, it's basically never. I think it's because of the different styles. So like if you do a lot of line work, Pixel Perfect is probably good. But for me, I never do line work. So there's really very few opportunities where it makes sense for me to try it. Yeah, and then this, if I bring this back over this way, and then just reconfigure it like I had it so that it was more... more of a hunch. I mean, it's not going to sync back up with his idle frame at all. It's like the opposite of what I came here to do, but I think it's probably better. Maybe I need another frame. I don't know. Hey, way to go. Welcome. Or I just have to bring this back. So it's just less distance between the frames. It feels like it needs another frame, but like, see this? Look at this is more of a keyframe situation. So it's like 1, 2, smear, and then hold, hold, hold. That's the difference. The problem is that because this is he's not facing us here, I'm trying to return him back to facing us in 3 frames, which is a 180-degree turn. Here, from here to there, there's no turn. So it's way smoother. It feels fine. That's the only thing that makes this a little complicated. I can up the frame rate. I wouldn't really want to double it or anything, but I could do something with it. Or I could have the ending pose be a little different. just not happy about... Like, we could even have the pose, the Keith pose be this one. You know? We could even skip this frame altogether. I like it too much, though. That's the problem. I like this pose. I think it's cool. Especially, we don't always get to see the back of him. So... But we could turn the head. Now, you want him looking at the thing he's slashing at, right? So maybe we just keep this. I just say screw it and just go. What is all of this? Yeah, we just say stuff it. Less is more. I'm always guilty of trying to do too much. That's just like my biggest flaw as a designer, as a developer. I'll just do it all in secondary motion. I'll just make all the clothing and everything flail. And it's not that I think it needs to be more. I just assume that it needs to be more. It's just like it's not even a thought. It's just like, oh yeah, I just do more. Yeah. Less motion is easier to make smooth. Right, because you don't have to travel as far. Like, that probably feels better. Especially if I make the smears disappear properly by like this frame. Yeah, I'd like for the angle of the sword. I've got this thing where, because he pulls the sword out for his attacks, and it's sort of It's just sometimes it's out and sometimes it's in, and I never really think about it too hard. I try to make it so that it takes up less of the frame, like less of the frame's visual data. So what I can do here is I can make it rotate towards the camera a little bit, just so that it appears thinner. I need to make it longer. Well, I can make it shorter, but it has to have a reason to do that. There's not much visual reason why it would rotate towards the camera mechanically. So we don't really get an easy win there. Maybe we can get away with something. Mostly thinking about the transition from that into the falling animation where he doesn't have the sword. I think that the getting thinner is almost more noticeable. Oh, because the next frame he doesn't have the sword at all. That's why. So I'm just trying to make it like, I'm trying to make you forget it exists by making it thinner. You know, like if I have the sword here and then I make it face the camera, if the next frame is gone, you won't notice it as much as if it was like this and then it disappeared on the next frame. I'm trying to sneakily take it away. That's all. But I don't think I'm going to get away with it. Well, he is a blacksmith. So if anyone's going to have hammer space, it's him. I really do think that on the subsequent frames from here to here to here, I don't want to see this elbow feeling so stiff. I kind of want it to pull up on the sword. Continue the rotation. And to open out as well. I mean, I really think that's necessary. Maybe it's to wing out a little further. Yeah. Kind of needs to be like out there. Yeah, cool. All right, I think I'm happy with that. I might want to see, actually, just before we return, this frame here. I think the leg has to be swung a little more forward. Just going to clear it up, and it's going to transition us into a better position for the fall animation. That's too much. That's too much as well. Yep. Hey Arken, sorry I didn't answer that question earlier. I know that you did ask it. Am I planning on thinking about going to GCAP or PAX? PAX Australia? Look. I had a really good time meeting everybody that I met at GCAP the year that I went in 2017. I'm getting a phone call, but I don't know who or what that is, so I'm not going to answer it. Yeah, I had a really good time, and if I was ever to go again, it would be to experience those, you know, those memories again, basically, to like meet people and that kind of thing. Basically just networking. And I do want to be in a place where the game is ready for that kind of thing. So it's definitely something that I would consider. I don't know if the game is at a place where I would do that. Especially because I was saying to my wife earlier this year, not earlier this year, I was saying to my wife yesterday, like, should we go to PAX? Like, she's never been before, and I really want her to experience it and have a good time. So I almost don't want to like exhibit the game because I don't want her to not get to see it. Because if I go and I'm taking the game with me, she won't be able to go and have a good time the way that I, the way that I would go if I was just going with her together. Oh, I should have a vertical slice before then, but I mean, I've got it. Like, I've got the vertical slice that I showed in 2017 was nowhere near what I've got now. So if I was happy showing the 2020 demo, I could just show that, but I'm not really comfortable showing that. I expect to be funded before then. So the question then is just like, what would I do it for? It's not out of the question. Like, I would do it. I had a really good time. I love those memories, and I'm very sentimental like that. I love going back and reliving stuff, especially if I had a good time. I think the smear right now is not doing a good job of explaining where the attack data is for this. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Like, I'm just not sure yet, but it's likely. It's likely that I'd go to something. It's more than likely that I'll be there. Whether or not I go there as an exhibitor, different question. How about that? maybe you weren't asking specifically any which way. Maybe you were just saying, would I go at all? In which case, yeah, I'll go. But not GCAP. Probably not GCAP. That's more like 30% likely that I'd go to GCAP this year. It's very expensive and I don't really get much out of it. Again, other than the networking. I love meeting people. And I feel like people would recognize me this time more than in the past. Nobody knew who I was last time, but they might know now. So that can be fun. But I mean, I wouldn't go just for that, obviously. That's just like a little fun bonus. Might make it easier to meet people. But that's the other thing, like networking is important and I haven't been doing that much of it locally. So it's not, you know, it's not out of the question. Again. I just got to make the right moves, you know? Alternatively, like I could go somewhere else. I could go to like a completely different event in like the US or something for the promotion of the game if I needed to do that. Like if I do like a small Kickstarter, here's the scenario, right? Let's say the game is not funded through Screen Australia. They reject it for whatever reason. And then I run a small Kickstarter just using what funds I've got. And then it does pretty well. Say we make like, you know, $20,000, $30,000 from it, you know, then that might justify me going and taking the game, using that money from the Kickstarter to go to GCAP. Not GCAP, to like GDC or something. Like a bigger event with more chances of going and having conversations with, you know, publishers and stuff. That's totally feasible. That could happen. You know, it's just about like what path do I need to take for where the game is at, you know, right now. That's really all it is. I almost feel like the smears need to be 60 FPS. Even if the game's... like, I feel like the smears could be a higher frame rate. Maybe I will do that. Make the smears a higher frame rate than the actual character. Thinking about doing GCAP at least to meet up with people. You'll have a vertical slice. So you're going to show Frog Rain. Oh yeah? How long have I been working it for? I've been working Abney for Adnibal. I've been working on the game since 2017. Okay, cool. So now I just have to bloody animate this thing at a higher level of detail. I think of AI, I'm in two minds about it. On one hand, like, it's cool. The idea that I could skip a lot of this stuff that I'm doing right now would be really good. At the same time, like, what is happening here? This is this going back that way? Oh, okay. I think it's cool. At the same time, I think that it would kind of like ruin the industry of like making this stuff by hand, which I think is like a big part of why these kind of games are even valuable in the first place, is how like the handcrafted element. So if anybody can make a game like this, then the appeal will sort of just drop off, in my opinion. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, I think that the future of the industry almost depends on there being fewer games a lot of the time. Just in like from the perspective of like, there's just only so many things we can talk about at any one time. And if everyone's coming out with their own charming pixel art game because it's basically free to make charming pixel art, it'll be harder to compete in that space. And I don't think that'll be a good thing. I don't think we'll get necessarily better games. I just think all of the games will be worth less. Because they'll be made by people who are looking to put less effort into them. That's the whole point. Like if part of your like design ethos is like, I want this to happen with as little effort as possible, well, how are you going to expect that kind of, you know, approach to yield like games that are really special? And yeah. Wow, Bitblender. Oh my god. 50 gifted subs. That is like a record. That is insanity. Why did you do that? Thank you so much. My god, that is an incredible amount to donate. Thank you so much. Holy moly. Bitblender, thank you. Why? For good luck. Thank you. Well, you're the good luck. You brought the luck. I really appreciate your generosity. Thank you so much, Bitblender. Oh, left almond in there. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. That's looking pretty good now. Rip to everybody who dodged those 50 gifted subs. Sorry, pals. Hey, restarted. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much. You guys had like a, what? 1 in 3 chance, 1 in 4. Minus all the people who already subbed. So probably like 1 in 3. You're like Neo out here. Hey, Raft. I am live on YouTube, although I'm not sure if I'm going to stay live on YouTube forever. I was mentioning this at the beginning of the stream. Level 7 hype train. Did we really hit level 7 already? Does it? Oh, it went straight to 7 because of the 50 gifteds. Thank you. Our record is 8. We've never breached level 8, I don't think. Welcome to the hype train. We got 4 minutes to top that. So yeah, let me incentivize you. I don't know if this helps or hurts the YouTube audience, but basically, we've been getting a lot of unsubs, like people unsubbing when I stream on YouTube. Basically, I think they just don't want to see the streams in their feed, and that is it's happening at a rate that is like kind of alarming. So I'm considering not streaming on YouTube anymore. So if you're on YouTube and you want me to keep streaming on YouTube, I don't know what you can do about it. Unfortunately, there just needs to be more of you who are more excited about watching. Right now we've got what, 45 people on YouTube? 47? You know, when we started streaming on YouTube in January, it was more like 160. It was crazy. The first stream, it was like, oh wow, it's like parody with Twitch. But now it's only like 50. But like more than 50 people are unsubbing every day when they see my stream. 66 on your side. Okay. Restream doesn't agree, but whoa. Okay, well, all right. Bitblender. Buddy. Hello. Excuse me. Mate. I'll turn on the notifications just so that I had to mute them because there were so many. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, nobody's dodging that. Every single person in chat probably just got a sub now. Level 10. Jesus Christ. That is incredible. Thank you so much. Bitblender, people like you, you're a very special minority because, you know, it takes a lot to have a lot and to give it. So thank you so much. I really don't know what else to say other than thank you so much. Yeah, I really appreciate it. That's so generous. Like that's, you know, it's, you know, I hope you didn't work really, really hard for that money. I hope that was like Bitcoin money that you just were able to throw away because it cost you nothing. Because if you are someone who doesn't have a lot and you gave that much, I feel really guilty. I hope you have like way too much money and it was just nothing. Because otherwise, like, how do I express gratitude for that? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If there's anything that you need that I can do for you, let me know, you know. Thanks, buddy. That's, I can't even, yeah, that's crazy, dude. I will not give up. I promise you that. I'm not giving up anytime soon. All right, let me mute this again so that it doesn't disrupt the stream too much, but we really appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. I will be reinvesting that directly into working more. Working more and not stressing quite so much about my bills this month. Thanks, bud. It's crazy because you actually, like, because this is part, you know, this is for the most part my income. Like you know, you have the ability to do that and completely change my, like, my outlook for the month, you know? I will not fail you. I will make you proud. Harley Keener, thank you so much for the follow. And Not a Weeaboo, thank you for the follow. One of my village people, like one of the people, just a regular nice guy. I genuinely like you. I can't say that about any other YouTuber. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We did. We hit a record. Level 10. Ridiculous. Why do we look so tired? Because I am so tired all the time. Oh, what? Am I blocking out? Oh, yeah. That's what I'm doing. Sorry. I have to read all of chat. I'm not blocking you guys out. I'm blocking out the colors. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yes. Correct. I am blocking out. I'm in the blocking out stage. Where I don't listen to chat. Yeah, so God damn, that was such a ridiculous gift. As far as like, yeah, like being chill and stuff, like, dude, man, I want so badly to be able to just do what I'm doing right now for the rest of my life, in terms of like having a presence online, but not being too like inauthentic, and just making content that, you know, that people, where we just like talk about cool stuff and like discuss, you know, like while being productive, you know, just like just enjoying the creative process. You know, that's what I want to do. I just want to do that forever. I just want to enjoy making content about the creative process, you know. And I know that there are people who like to watch that content. Obviously you guys are all here for that. And, you know, you enjoy the, I guess, vulnerability of it, you know, just like how unproduced it is, I guess, in a way. And I really appreciate that. And I think that, you know, like, it's hard to, unfortunately, it's really hard to do that in this environment, because, you know, there are so many forces trying to encourage me to be less authentic and to just be more fun, I guess is the word. But unfortunately, like, what it comes down to is the difference between like the audience who wants to consume game development content and the audience that wants to consume entertainment. Game dev is entertaining to me. You know, I of course love making this content for you guys, but not everyone finds it entertaining. And some people who are more, I guess, like more consumers, like people who are more interested in playing games than making them, they might not find this as palatable. They might not get as much out of this as you would. So my goal is always to sort of, you know, I'm always trying to figure out how I can maximize my viewership. And of course, there are game development channels out there that reach a lot of people. So, you know, it's just a never-ending journey in trying to reach the part of the audience that might be a little harder to reach because they're more niche, but who who really do appreciate the content for what it is, rather than who just want to, I don't know, want something simpler and easy to digest. And for anyone who's looking to go on this kind of content creation journey, you know, I think that's something that you're going to have to experience and learn yourself. You know, the difference between making stuff that's easy to grow versus making stuff that feels good. It's almost like food, you know, it's like food that feels good to eat versus food that's good for you. It's easy to eat good food that's good to eat. And it's easy to, like, you know, ordering from Uber Eats is like, it's easier, right, than cooking. But there's something nice about cooking. You know, and I don't believe that game dev has to be boring. I don't think that. But it's harder to find. You kind of have to be more patient with it, right? And it's one of those things, you know, it's not just game dev content creation that this applies to. It's game development as a whole. You know, there's this thing when it comes to people who are just starting to get into game development, where they have a lot of passion and a lot of excitement for the thought of making a game, because they've played games, right? And they think, oh, this is going to be so cool. I have all these ideas. I'm going to learn how to do 3D modeling and pixel art and whatever else, you know, I'm going to flex all these creative muscles. Isn't that fun? And isn't that cool? And I'm going to maybe get famous. There's such a, you know, nice dream there. And that's what brings a lot of people into the content that, you know, I make and other creators here make. And there's a temptation to sell that vision, to say like, yes, that will happen, right? Like, I spent 2 days on a game and then 1 million people played it. You know, everyone wants to hear that. And it's a lot harder to sell the reality of like, hey, games take a long time to make. And not just that, even if you make a small game that doesn't take a long time to make, it takes a long time to get the skills to make a small game that's good. So, you know, there's this thing where like the journey is hard to sell. It's way harder to sell than the destination, because the journey is oftentimes difficult and painful. Like, oftentimes, like, gosh, how do I put this? I love what I do. I've actually thoroughly enjoyed the time that I've spent working on my game. You know, like all the problems, all the challenges, all of the missteps, and then the corrections to the missteps, to me are like valuable educational experiences that I look back on fondly. All the things that I did wrong, and like learning all the different, you know, academic kind of disciplines, and practicing design and getting better at it, reflecting on my designs and how to improve them, workflows, all that stuff. I love that stuff. But experiencing all of this under the framework of a job or chasing a career dream puts so much pressure when it comes to, you know, the performative aspect of streaming, or trying to make a job out of game development, trying to sell your games for money. It creates a pressure on all of that stuff that makes it feel like it's bad to make mistakes, or it's bad to take a long time to make something. So there's this beautiful thing. I think it's beautiful, the journey, right? And I think you guys enjoy being here and experiencing it and watching it. But it's definitely harder to sell that to an audience who is more passionate about the destination. They haven't learned to appreciate the journey. And I guess that's where my vision would be for what I do. The content that I create, it would be about trying to soften that impact for people who are just getting started and then realize how hard it is, to make them feel more confident to persist. That's like, if I could, you know, if my dream was realized, you know, that would be the thing that I would hope to give people, you know, to make it more palatable and more enjoyable and more okay to be on the journey and to appreciate those things, you know, as valuable. The only thing that makes that hard is the fact that when we say valuable, it's not always a monetary value that's that returns quickly. You know, it's like long-term, like life skills, or you know, like the workflow stuff. You know, it won't necessarily help you on your first game. It's not a weird tip that will make you a master game dev in one day. It's like stuff that will take you, you know, months, years, but that maybe you'll appreciate more at the end of those years, you know. And also just creating a nice environment in the meantime, you know, being okay with this, with the process. Because I want to prove, there's this other thing that I've got, I guess just speaking about like what I'm doing and like why I'm doing it. I have this theory that like anyone can basically achieve anything if they have the persistence and they have the right sort of framework of improvement, right? They have the right environment where they can improve comfortably. I think that, and I think most people don't get the opportunity to explore those things. They don't get the chance to learn because they don't have the time to put into it, or they give up before they get the chance to improve. So for me, like, I want to prove that that's possible, right? That I can make a game that is good enough for people to buy. And that's the hard part as well, is that like, because games are it's a market, right? It's an industry based on consumerism. So making something that's good enough for other people to enjoy, that's a big part of it. You know, that's not a minor part of what making a game is. That's a huge part if you're looking to have a career out of it. Making something good enough for someone else to purchase that's where the hard stuff is, you know? And no one's going to really be able to teach you that in a short amount of time, or even express that unless they have like a lot of experience. And I don't think anyone with that much experience has, at least no one that I know out there, no one has the inclination to really break this stuff down in this way. Like, who would be the nearest game dev qualified to sort of explain this stuff at an indie level? Maybe Jonathan Blow, like, who is also a streamer. But I don't think Jonathan Blow even has a relatable kind of experience. Like, you know, a lot of what he does is, and what he represents is, it's hard to sort of, it's not always relatable, and his, I'm not sure his journey is, or his perspective is aimed at the beginner, or like, you know, the hopeful ones. You know, I think he's more of a purist. I think he thinks more about like his process and what he's making, and he's more of an artist as well. He's more interested in expressing himself, which is not a bad thing, of course. It's just about an interest thing. I don't think there are many developers interested in education this way. Maybe I don't know them. But for me, like, the learning is part of the reason why I do it, you know, like just exploring stuff and trying to understand why it works. Speaking of which, I might go into like a little bit of it's not a rant, right? I can still work while I'm doing it, but I want to share with you an experience that I had playing the most recent Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo. Is that something you guys are interested in hearing? Ezekiel, thanks for the follow. Zero Fox, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Sure. So I played the demo, which is, I don't know if, for those of you who have played Final Fantasy VII or who haven't played the original Final Fantasy VII, I won't spoil the game, but I'll explain very briefly. In Final Fantasy VII, the original, there is a flashback that happens at a point in the game. And oh my gosh, that dog. Goodness me. It's gonna kill me, man. There's a flashback that happens which sort of explains the origins of the villain. Okay. When do I have time to play? To play games in general? On my weekends. That's about it. So I'm not sure I'll be able to finish Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when the game comes out anytime soon. But I played the demo. It was only about an hour. So basically, yeah, I've played the original many times and I've played Remake. I'm going to have to mute this again. It's too many subs. So, yeah, I played it and there were a few things that jumped out at me that I didn't notice as much when I played Remake, but that seemed quite difficult here to digest and really affected my experience with it. So the first thing that I noticed was the zone, like okay, the environment that the game takes place in is kind of like a sort of old or small town. It's a little bit run down. It's in the kind of like the desert underneath a mountain. And it was really hard straight away for me to sort of enjoy the space because of how I don't know how to say this other than asset flippy it felt. It felt very messy. It felt like the game had a lot of mess in it. In a way that Final Fantasy Remake, which was set in a city, a big city, didn't feel that way. In Final Fantasy Remake, a lot of the spaces felt like they were, you know, you're looking at lots of manufactured environments, you know, roads and streets and tunnels and that kind of thing. In Rebirth, in Nibelheim, it's very much like you're running around mountains and dirt and stuff. And it, because of that, it seemed very, the use of Quixel Megascans, which is an Unreal package with a lot of photogrammetry. So like a lot of the environments. Let me show you what this looks like. Quixel Megascans. Quixel with an X. So Quixel makes like this stuff, basically. Anytime you see this kind of like rocks and stuff, this is like this package which Unreal owns. A lot of games are going to look like this, or already are looking like this, but a lot more of them are going to look like this in the kind of like near future, which is like this kind of thing. Just like very grainy, noisy, brown, kind of like, it's almost like Bloom in oh, that's Juno, not Nibelheim. I don't know, just something that just kind of lacks style. It's very just gray and brown, and it's very textured. Like it's really noisy. Like looking at this frame, looking at the characters, this is hyper detailed, but is it a good image? Does it feel like easy to look at? And I found the game in general, like whenever I was walking through it, I found it hard to look at for two reasons. One is the Quixel Megascans, right? So lots of very high res textured details, like meshes. And also the lighting engine in this game, I don't know why I didn't notice it in the first one as bad, but in this game, the level of overexposure of the cameras is insane. You'll be walking around, you look up and you just get fully flashbanged by the sun, and then you'll walk into a cave and it'll be pitch black for like 5 seconds until like the camera exposure changes. It's really weird. A lot of times where like I'm just like, what am I looking at? So that's like the first thing that I noticed, like visually, like it was kind of, I found it kind of hard to look at. It might have been that I was a little tired the day I was playing it or something like that, but there was just this weird visual tax, you know, on my eyeballs as I was trying to enjoy the game. The second thing was that because of that, I actually found, and this is explicitly just Nibelheim. I haven't played Junon or any of the other areas. Obviously, they're not available yet. But I found it made the looking at enemies in the areas, like very hard to enjoy because the enemies have a lot of detail. The environments have a lot of detail. It looked just like a lot of noise. Just a lot of like complex shapes on complex shapes with the same sort of level of brightness. And it kind of meant that I wasn't really paying attention to the enemies very much. I was sort of, you know, I knew they were there. I could concentrate on them if I wanted to. Let me see if I can grab you like a quick example. This is one of those things where for Insignia, I think about this stuff constantly, and I've never seen an example this clear in a modern game that shows off the kinds of things that I worry about when it comes to environment design. I did not play this. Oh, I guess I didn't go into Tifa's house enough. That's sad. Yeah, so like this here, like it's not, I didn't have a good time running through this zone, partly because I didn't know where I was needing to run, but partly because it's really hard. It's just hard for me to look at. I don't know. Or like, if not hard, somewhere between hard and boring. Do you know what I mean? Like the signal to noise ratio is just so off that I found myself like checking out, you know, just like not thinking too hard about what I was seeing or where I was going. Cause it's like a lot of rocks, right? It's like a ton of rocks. And I get that they're going for Baron. Like, I get it. It could also just be the lighting, like how sharp it is. It's strange, you know? It's strange. So beyond that, like, I just found, man, it's just not easy to look at. So the enemies too, like it's kind of a lot of brown, a lot of gray, you know, like it just sort of strangely found myself not really like look at this, you know, same sort of thing. Like I know the enemy's there, I'm engaging with it, but it's sort of just like I'm looking at the name Velocirwing. I'm not really enjoying or paying attention to. It's almost like the UI is obscuring what little I can get out of observing the enemy, you know? And then beyond that, the background is just completely eating it. Like I just can't even see the thing. Super took me straight out of the game, you know? Beyond that, the next criticism that I had, and this is like, gosh, my biggest fear, making a demo myself, this is my absolute biggest fear, is that the game does this thing where in the original Final Fantasy VII remake, you are in a reactor at the beginning and you're blowing it up, right? And the game is giving you a tutorial of all the characters that you have access to, right? So like it's Cloud and Barret at the beginning. And Cloud and Barret are so different because Cloud is melee and Barret is ranged. Barret's got a gun in his hand, Cloud's got a sword. So there are enemy types that are better suited to be fought with using different characters. So Cloud, he fights the grounded enemies, the bigger enemies. Barret stays back and he fights the enemies up in the air, right? And they have different functions. It's very obvious, like, oh, one is the tank, he sits back, he absorbs damage with his abilities. The other one is the point man, kind of runs in and does damage and dashes in and out of danger. It's very like clear their different utility. Whereas in Rebirth, this tutorial section, which is kind of like the equivalent of that, you're playing as Cloud and Sephiroth. Cloud and Sephiroth are both swordsmen. They're both very powerful in this part of the demo, and their strategies are almost identical, which is just like hit the enemies, use your abilities when you get them, move on. And as an opening to the game, I just felt like it wasn't a good example of like, it wasn't a good showcase of what makes the game special at all for me. And in fact, what stood out to me, because it wasn't without spectacle. This is the thing that really bothers me about, as a developer, what concerns me, not about the game, but about my game, is FF7 Rebirth has a lot of spectacle. It looks good, but I didn't feel good playing it because I didn't have the necessary tools in my experience, whether it's visually just enjoying the scenery or trying to understand the scenery, or the enemy designs, what makes them special, how I should, with my character designs, engage with them. The puzzle of the gameplay didn't present itself to me enough for me to engage with it. Despite that, there are lots of flashy attacks you can do. There's this thing that they've added, which makes your characters synchronize. So they do like a special little cutscene attack, almost like a limit break, but it doesn't require you to have your limit to do it, where the two characters will sort of dance in and out and do a big attack on an enemy. And it reminds me a lot of Kingdom Hearts 3, which had a lot of cutscene attacks that have very little requirement to unlock. It's sort of just like have access to these visual spectacles on tap. And it just made me think, oh my gosh, like the polish that's gone into this game is almost in the wrong direction for what made me enjoy the previous game. And there's clearly more polish, but I'm not enjoying it. Like, I'm not seeing what makes it special. It just feels like a bit of a face roll. It just feels like a bit of a stomp fest. And I'm not getting that satisfying, puzzle combat dynamic that I got in the previous game. So the fact that I know that this game has the systems that makes it so engaging and so interesting. Like, I've played Remake. I love Remake. And the fact that I got turned off just by getting like the wrong vertical slice, the fact that its virtues were hidden so easily to me, made me double down on the idea that like the demo needs to be so good. It needs to be so careful, because if it's not the right mix of, if it's not the right balance, it throws the whole recipe off. There's nothing wrong with because everything about what I just talked about when it comes to like the game and like where, as far as like the game's story, all of that stuff it's appropriate. The game, that area is supposed to be drab. Sephiroth is supposed to be powerful. He's the boss, right? You're supposed to like play as him and go, wow, he's so strong, right? It's supposed to be all of that for narrative reasons, but for gameplay as an opening tutorial, it doesn't work, right? It's not right. But in the original, that wasn't the opening of the game. Right? In the original, that's about 5 hours in. It's like it's just a moment that you have as like a flashback. So it has to be the opening of this game because this is part 2 and it starts at that point. How do you balance that correctly? That's so tough. It's so tough to do. And it makes me anxious thinking about like just how hard it is to do that stuff well. If Square Enix can't do it, Maybe a lot of it is like luck. Or maybe it's because they were rushed with a schedule. You know, maybe that's just like the way that it is. Anyway. Super hard to think about. I'm just gonna make this like, let's make it green for now. You know, I'm not reading too much into it or anything. I'm not like worried about like my game or anything. It's just a reminder. I think it was like a point of me realizing that like my instincts are pretty good on this stuff. At least for me. Maybe some people wouldn't agree. Maybe you will play the demo. If you've played the Rebirth demo, maybe you will agree, maybe you won't. But I actually think I'm pretty right about this stuff. I have a friend, my best mate, or one of my best mates. He, I'll call him my best mate for now. He played it. And he said it was fine. He goes, oh, it's what I expected. But he also said that he wasn't super looking forward to it as much as he was looking forward to a different game in the next months coming out. I think he was saying Dragon's Dogma. He's more excited for Dragon's Dogma. I know Final Fantasy VII is like his favorite game. So like maybe he was like not put off it, but he definitely wasn't more excited for it. And he should be more excited for it, right? Like this is his favorite game. Why is he not excited for his favorite game being remade? You know? What happened during his gameplay, during his experience of the demo, that took him out of that excitement? Like he wasn't upset. He didn't say he was upset about it. But if you're the game developer, you should be aiming to make those people who are fans of your original game, those people should be chomping at the bit. They should be raving for it, right? Hey, Chaboa. What webcam am I using? I'm not using a webcam right now. This is a mirrorless camera. It's a Canon EOS 50M, I think it's called, or M50, 50M. It's like a DSLR. It's not a DSLR. It's a mirrorless camera, but it's not a webcam either. So do you know if he was put off by remakes changes? Oh, he didn't. I think he's actually more interested in the game following the changes than less interested. Actually, no, he and I both agree that they probably didn't need them. I've changed my opinion a little bit on the changes from the original to remake. I originally thought, ugh, why did they do this? This was so dumb. Now I'm kind of more on board with the concept. I'm just not sure I like the execution. I just don't know if I think they did a good job, unfortunately, with some of the aspects. It's more about how they told the story than whether or not the elements are right. Like I think the future stuff, the sequel aspects of it, I think they're fine, to be honest. Like conceptually, I just don't think that they did the best job of presenting those elements in the framework of how the game played out. I just don't think they executed on it very well. But I'm here for it. Like I'm here for what they're going to try to do with it. Like I'm interested to see what they do. I just it's a thing I have with like Japanese storytelling. I just feel like there are different values about how they tell story that come through in the writing. Or maybe it's just like a culture of like anime writing or something like that. I don't know. Certain things appear to be more important or less important to the East versus West. Even things like dramatic irony or like the way that they incorporate sort of like poetic aspects, like things that are supposed to be like things that are supposed to come off a certain way for effect. Sometimes I think I'm more critical of continuity or questioning characters' motivations, whether they're realistic or not. Like, I really care about, like, why did this character do this? Like, does this make sense for these characters to feel this way in this moment? Whereas I think in Japan, a lot of the time, it's more like the concept of the characters feeling this way in this moment is more important than how they got there, you know? It's more just like the fact that you see them in this moment. Like, there's a point in Remake where Cloud and Aerith and Tifa are running around in the sewers, and they have like this cliffhanger moment where they almost fall in the sewer water, and it's like, oh no, they're in danger, someone help them, and then they help each other out and they make it out. But it's like the sewer water is like 2 meters deep. Like, it's just like they could swim in it, no problem. It's not dangerous at all. It's just like the story called for a bit of a higher energy moment, so they just put one in. But so like dramatically fair enough, but like in the context of what's happening, it's like, this makes no sense at all. This is just, it's just because you wanted it to be there, you know? And I think Western audiences maybe are a little bit more discerning with that kind of stuff. It's almost like the difference between like a stage play versus a film, you know? It's almost like opera versus a TV drama or like a movie, you know? Stanley is giving a 2-part. I have a few thoughts after listening to you. 1, FF7 has the upper hand of being a long-time big game with a huge fan base. I believe they don't need Rebirth demo to function like most of their demos do. 2, from the point of view of being a game developer, Square Enix have a lot of other ways. Yeah, but Stanley, what you're describing is compensation. You're saying, oh, you may be right, but it doesn't matter. But that's not important to us here in Twitch talking about this conversation. Like, for me, I'm not concerned about whether or not the game will sell. I'm sure it will sell. What I'm concerned about is what we can learn from the experience that I had, or what I can learn at least. So if I released a demo that had the same flaws, would I be able to get away with it? Probably not. You know? And whether or not it was valuable and what it needed to be in order to be valuable, that's useful to think about. It's not useful to say, well, I just didn't have fun, but it doesn't matter, it's going to sell anyway, or anything like that. I just think that the outcomes are irrelevant. Like, if all we're thinking about is the big picture of like which games sell, which games are popular, what we care about is which games are good, right? Or if it's marketing that we're talking about, what kinds of marketing work? At least that's what I'm interested in, because that's what can translate, right? We're trying to translate these lessons so that we can learn from them. So, like, in my opinion, I think it's really important, and I actually think that FF7 doesn't get a free pass. I think that actually there's a huge audience of players who are not fans of the original game, who have seen a lot of the marketing material of Rebirth, and who this is their first chance. This is their first impression of the franchise. You know, they might play it and they might get fully hooked in, or they might play it and not get it at all. And I think that you always have to be, if I'm Square Enix, if I'm the directors of their games, I'm looking to make the best impression I can every single opportunity I can. Because you never know who the first impression is. And you know what? I think that they have a lot to prove. I think that Remake had a lot of goodwill behind it. I think Remake was great. But I think that Final Fantasy itself as a franchise is not in the best position. I think like a couple more duds and they probably will, I think they'll suffer quite a lot. At least in the international market. Like, I would say 13, 15, and 16 were not great entries. And they didn't, I don't think anyone, or proportionately, I think far fewer people are fans. Far fewer people are fans of Final Fantasy now like new fans compared to like, a few years ago. Because there was a time when like they were the premier titles, you know. Square Enix was, well, Squaresoft was like what Naughty Dog is today, or like Rockstar or something like that. Whereas I think in my mind, I see them as more like in Japan, they still get to keep that impression. But in the West, I don't think many people think of Final Fantasy as like a big deal. It's kind of like, oh yeah, that's good for the people who enjoy it. If you like that sort of thing, that's cool. It's cool that people who like Final Fantasy get a game, I don't think that it's like I think kids who are like 13, 14, 15 today, I don't know how many of them are like getting into Final Fantasy as I don't know how many of them are getting gatewayed by FF7 Remake into the Final Fantasy, pantheon. Hey, Disorganization. I think I agree with you. I actually think that they don't know. God of War. I haven't actually played the God of War games, but they get a lot of traction. People like them a lot. They get a lot of respect. For the record, like I don't think there's like when I look at Final Fantasy VII, what I see is like some of the best examples of what makes Final Fantasy good. Classic Final Fantasy, at least. Like for sure, there is amazing writing and world building, and even some plot developments are really cool. I just think that from a storytelling perspective, I don't really have faith in them to know how to tell that story. I was thinking about this actually myself, like yesterday. Final Fantasy VII as a melodrama is great, but it's also a low resolution story. Like when we think about Sephiroth's heel turn into the villain in a tiny little like zoomed out, text box driven game, seeing the villain become the villain is very acceptable because it's almost like a cartoon, like it's okay that he is like a cackling ha 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 kind of guy, because it's like they're little characters, right? They're little tiny polygon kids. Taking that and putting it under a huge microscope and looking at every granule of detail, you can't just upscale the storytelling with voice acting and motion capture and whatever. The resolution of the story, the depth of the character development, the levels of detail that aren't there in the original, if you just scale it up, it just feels blocky and weird. So like how the level of care in like adding elements to these characters to give them more what's the word? To make it feel more earned. That's the thing that I think they're struggling with. Which is strange because they actually do quite a good job of building out the Avalanche characters. I thought, like Jesse and Biggs and Wedge, I thought had quite a bit of depth. But I think maybe they're a bit afraid of doing that in areas that are canonically quite story loaded. Exactly, disorganization. Yeah. And even things like, you know, it's such a small thing, but like, you know, I'm playing the game and I'm thinking about, for example, like the power scaling. Like in this moment, Cloud is a soldier, first class. He's supposed to be really strong. He's supposed to be not on par with Sephiroth, but a super soldier, you know? Does he act like that? You know, does this fly? Do I buy that this guy has like super cells, you know, super genetic modification, allowing him to like, you know, do these crazy feats? Because we see them sometimes do it, like in Final Fantasy VII Remake, we see Cloud at the beginning in the reactor, in the Sector 8 reactor. Sector 8? I think so, yeah. We see him jump up like falling pipes and barrels, and he does this huge like vertical leap, like an insane like 20-meter jump to like stick this landing. And Jesse's like, wow, that was impressive. And he's like, hey. It's like, okay, like this guy's good. And then like in the same story, like, you know, a few chapters later, he's like barely able to jump, you know, from like 2 meters because, oh, there's water, you know, like little things like that, where it's like the power scaling of the characters. It's only really relevant because we see in such high detail their capabilities as characters. You know, you watch them do cool stuff and it's like, wow, that's really cool. In like cinematic glory, you know. So and don't get me wrong, like I think like small stories are awesome. I think that there's this thing when it comes to storytelling and game development in general, but stories in game development is a big one, where if you think about, I think about them like contracts, right? The contract that a game sets is the standard that you hold it by. So when a story is told in tiny little, you know, shoebox figurines, you take it at that level. You know, you're like, oh, okay, they're so cute, they're little, and, you know, oh, it's like a little toy box. When it goes into full detail, you expect the full detail. It's not that it has to be that. No one made the developers make the game that they're making, but they chose to do it at that scale for their own reasons. And now they have to, you know, they have to reach that. So there's almost like, and I think, and I don't blame them per se for this, but I do think that it's a problem. I think there is this inherent, almost like production arms race with a lot of first, like AAA devs, where they think they have to make something look like real life and feel like real life and be an entire world on, you know, 3 PlayStation 5 discs. You know, like there's this race, this like open world race to make the games look and feel like you can spend 1,000,000 years in them. And it's like, okay, but the things that I liked about this game were not that in the original. And where do we get the restraint to make the game that's cute and goofy and small and that respects the player's time. Like, I feel like those things are becoming more relevant than ever. And it's hard. We don't really see a lot of devs unless they're, and this is why I think indie games do so well, unless they're actually literally restricted from committing the resources. If they have the resources, they'll commit them, you know? But if they have like infinite resources, they're just going to spend them. They're just going to dump so much energy and time because it's like, well, you know, it is an insecurity thing. It's almost a scope creepy kind of thing. You know, it's like, well, if I can make it bigger and better, shouldn't I? Isn't that what people want? Again, it's something that I think about a lot with my own game, you know, a lot. I'm going to crown a concept here. Coin? I'm going to coin an idea here. There is this idea that I just made up called like maximum viable product, right? We talk about minimum viable product a lot. And the idea behind minimum viable product is like make the smallest thing that you could possibly make that still sells, right? And sell that and then adapt it if you need to, right? That's the way to do it. Make the smallest thing possible. Shrink the scope. I actually don't agree with that necessarily, because viable in this case doesn't just mean functional, right? Viable means in a consumer sense, it means marketable. So rather than making the smallest possible thing that will still function, what I think that game developers probably should be doing, what I should be doing, is making the thing that will sell the most, the thing that people will enjoy the most. That doesn't mean bigger, it just means maximum value. What are the things that add the most, that don't take anything away? And it's almost like that perfection is perfection is when you can't take anything else away. It's not even that. I think there's just like an inflection point where like you put things into the game and at some point those things become diminishing returns. You stop getting out as much as you put in. And the idea is, how can you fill the playtime with as much stuff that makes this curve go up as possible, right? But only up, right? As soon as you start putting things in that make it go down, you've gone too far. And sometimes smaller it's not good enough. Sometimes there's a point where players will only love the thing beyond this point. It won't be viable in the market unless it does at least this much stuff. It could be playtime. You know, it needs to be at least 3 hours long. If it's less than 3 hours long, they might not even bother with it. If it ends too soon, you know, they'll think it's missed opportunity. So you want to like get like to this point as soon as possible. But sometimes that's, you know, minimum viable product might be like here in terms of like, oh, it's like we did all the things we set out to do. I guess it's like viable and valuable are kind of, they probably intersect at this same point here. Like minimum viable means nothing that doesn't deserve to be there, which is also the maximum value point. So maybe it's sort of like one in the same. But I guess my point is more in contest of the scope creep idea. Like sometimes you need to creep the scope. Sometimes the scope's not big enough. But it's hard to, as a principle, it's hard to identify that and say, like, when does it need to be bigger? Most people think about it because as a process, I think making something bigger feels like the less disciplined thing. You know, it's like, well, It's easy to just add stuff in, so I should add less, right? And yeah, like from like a beginner framework, like that makes perfect sense. Like, of course you would make it, of course, try to rein it in. Like, I'm probably more in danger of going too far than not going far enough, in general. But like this game specifically with Insignia, like I'm very confident that there are so many times where I've put the game in front of people and they've almost explicitly said it's not enough. Like it's just not enough. The level of in-game kind of education, like explaining the systems, the onboarding, it's not enough. The level of depth in the enemy animations, it's not enough. People don't get it. It's not polished enough, or not big enough, or not careful enough. It needs to be more. It needs to be better. And that takes more time than you think, you know? Like, people expect things to take a reasonable amount of time because they want to put in enough time until they get bored or something, and then they want for that to be enough. But sometimes it's like, even for me, who takes a long time to do stuff, I'll put the time in, I'm sick of it, I'm done with it, and I still get the feedback that says it needs to be more. You know? Like, the biggest point of feedback that I ever got in 2017 when I took my game to PAX was that it felt a little dead. The world just didn't feel alive. I still don't think I've reached that. And I think the game feels so much more alive than it used to. But I think, honestly, I still could do better in that area. It feels like an insecurity, but I think it's right. I think it still could be more lived in at the scale that it's in. Like, for what I'm building. But some of that's it's not necessarily about volume. This is what I'm saying. It's not about packing in as much as possible. It's about value. So like when I'm thinking about like art assets, like what kinds of art assets add value? This ladder thing, this board, I think adds so much value for the world building. We were talking about in the last couple of months, like world building inside of the tile set. To me, this thing it does so much. The pixels have a functional aspect. They indicate something that's relevant to the gameplay. They tell a bit of a story around like how other people climb this thing. Oh, there's a rope there. They provide like a visual kind of highlight. There's like an affordance aspect to tell you where the ledge is. There's like a bunch of stuff that these pixels do that didn't take that long. These pixels didn't take that long to create, but they do a lot for the game. These pixels have been taking a bit longer, but they do way less. It's just grass, right? Like it doesn't have as much meaning in it. From a storytelling perspective or a gameplay perspective. And so, you know, the game needs to have stuff that gives it breathing room. It needs to feel lived in, and not every pixel can scream at you. But it's that question of like, what's the minimum amount of stuff that you can put in the space to make it feel as livable? Minimal's not the word. What's the right amount? What's the right amount of the right cocktail of stuff where if you put it in, it fills the space, like it occupies the space and feels full. It's almost like the bounds of the space you set, but then you have to fill them. And when you fill them, if you fill, it's this like fractal idea There's this like story someone told me once where they were talking about, it's like life stuff. They were talking about like the way you spend your time. It's like an old anecdote about a father and his son talking about, if I give you a bucket and you fill the bucket with basketballs, right? You can fit 2 or 3 basketballs in there. Is the bucket full? You know? And you might say, yeah, the bucket's full. I can't fit any more basketballs. Okay, now fill it with baseballs. And the baseballs fall between the basketballs, you know? And is it full now? Like, is it full? It's like, oh yeah, it's full now, obviously, right? And then it's like, okay, now fill it with ping pong balls. And the ping pong balls bounce all between the basketballs. And it fills even deeper. It's like, okay, is it full now? It's like, yeah, it's full. I can't fit any more stuff in there. Okay, now fill it with sand. And then the sand fills all of the gaps. You go, okay, is it full now? You go, obviously it's full now. I can't fit anything else in here. Okay, now fill it with water. And the water falls between all the sand and it becomes even more full. So it's this idea of like, how can I displace as much space as possible, right? Like the bucket is full when it's basketballs, and I should say that the anecdote, that the story behind it is that you can always fill your life with more things if you balance the proportion correctly or something like that. Fill it with memes. So the idea is something like the basketballs take up a lot of space and they're really important, but they don't tell the whole story. So like in my level designs, what are the scales? And how big should the things be? So like, what proportion, like in this space here, the background is not that complex. It's got a lot of, it takes up a lot of space. There aren't that many colors. I spent some time on it, obviously, but I get like a ton of value out of it. It goes a long way, this background, because you see it every level as you're running through the zone. You see that background, right? So that's a basketball. This tree with the shader, that's a basketball, right? Because you'll see 3 or 4 of these trees, and every time you see them, you'll go, wow, that's so cool. What, you know? Whereas like this bridge, it's more of like a baseball. It's like, well, I get one of these. It takes a lot of time to put one in. I'm not going to have 5 or 6 bridges. There's only going to be one bridge, right? So what's the value I get out of it? Probably not as much. And it doesn't occupy that much space. Whereas like a tile set is another big basketball item. But you need the small things too, right? You need the wheat and the chickens and the more granular things, because they fill up that space in a different way. You know what I mean? So there's this like fractal element to it where you need the big things and you need the smaller things and you need the smallest things and you need them in the right proportion so that it's valuable for you, because you get to reuse the stuff and it holds the player's attention. You know, it's something where the player doesn't feel like they're looking at the same thing over and over again. They get enough variety and diversity. You know, it's like a plate full of rice versus a plate full of steak. It's like nobody wants to eat just rice or just steak. You know, they want some steak, they want a couple of side dishes, they want variety, you know. Natal, thank you so much for the resub. Nanmu, thank you so much for the resub. Sorry I missed that. And the great Agiat, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it, you guys. So it's this thing of like, and I think it really does come down to like attention span ultimately. Like you're designing stuff for the player. You do need to think about like, what do they want and in what proportion, and what can I afford to give them? And that's all super dependent on the size of the canvas you set, not just in pixels, but in terms of art style. Like I've set quite a detailed art style, but it used to be more detailed. It's actually got more negative space now than it ever did. To mute the music on the live alpha test. It should be muted already. But you might have to just mute the Chrome tab, unfortunately, if it's not muted properly. So like if this game if this game had Undertale's art style, what would this mountain be? Right? How would I redraw this to be Undertale? Think about how simple it would be, but it would still tell the same story. Right? And again, it's not a better or worse thing. It's just a thing. It's just a oops. You know, if I just took this and I brought it way down, you could probably tell the same story with just, you know, there's the mountain, there's the midground, there's the foreground, here's the ground that you're standing on, you know, there's some trees here. You could probably just do that and still give a similar kind of feeling just from that. You know, it's black and white, but something about it, you still get the concepts, you know, and then you would still have your like more detailed characters standing around, you know, and they're doing whatever. You know, you still have your farm in the background, but like you've done it now in 10 seconds. That's the whole game, you know. And maybe it would be easier to build all of the crazy environments that I'm trying to build at this level of detail and still tell a big story. You know? There's a game actually called Nevermore 3 that does a really good job of this. It's tiny. It's very flat. It's an inspiration for Insignia, actually. Beautiful little environments, lots of little vignettes. It's a Flash game. And it's beautiful, it's gorgeous. But it's like 20 minutes long, half an hour long. It's beautiful, these vistas that it creates. But there's like barely any detail in it. So there doesn't need to be detail if you don't set the standard for there to be detail. You know? You're the one who sets the size of the plate that the food is going to be eaten off of, you know? Or the size of the bucket in the ball example. For me, you know, I found myself setting a high bar. That's just what I've done. Maybe because I've got I don't know, some sort of I'm comfortable with this. But it does mean that it's very expensive to make. The difference is people are prepared to pay for a big steak dinner much more money than they're going to pay for 2-minute noodles. But you can make amazing 2-minute noodles, right? You can only charge $2 for them. That's the difference. If you want to go out, I'm happy to spend $160 on a night out eating the most amazing, you know, on my birthday or whatever, eating the most amazing T-bone steak or ribeye or something, you know? If you're going to give me a tomahawk with like caramelized onion and you know, melted clove of garlic and lovely, you know, greens and it comes on a giant board and it's beautiful with fried potatoes and stuff. Like, yeah, okay. Like, let's pay the money. Let's get a nice glass of red and like enjoy it. And if I paid that and got noodles, I'd be upset. But if I want to eat in and I don't want to spend a lot of money, yeah, give me like the best 2-minute noodles you can give me. So, you know, making something good and making something big, scope is totally dependent on the target. Man, I'm sweating. It's so hot. Hey, I'm going to take a break just to cool down a bit. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay. Take 5, take 10. See you in a bit. Yo, one sec. I think we got an issue with the stream. What's it called? The thing that shows the gallery with all the people's submissions. Try to run this again. All right. I will be right back. The Discord gallery. There you go. All right, see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. Let's go. So, yeah, min-maxing. That's the thing. Efficiency. That's what we're talking about. How to get the most out of the thing. And then getting as much of that most in there as gets people excited and prepared to pay the right. Do you know what it is? Because it's like what you want is, I mean, this stuff's not new. If you've done any kind of business, you understand this. This is like economics, or not economics, but like marketing and business, like year one, right? 101. It's like, if you could get, you know, it's like a rectangle or like a flat shape. Do I get a lot of humidity here? Sometimes, yeah. Especially up north, you get tons of humidity. Down south, it's not as humid, but it's can be pretty bad. But it's more tropical up north. So it's like, audience versus price, right? Like what you want, I guess you could flip that. You know, you want as many people paying as much as possible for your game. That would be good, right? If your game like cost a lot and a lot of people played it, now your rectangle is like super big. If this is like 10 and this is 10, you got 100 of whatever it is this unit is, right? Whereas if you can't afford to get many people to pay to much, if you can't afford to charge much for it, but you get a lot of people playing, well, you might still get 10, right? If you're only selling it for $1 and 10 people play it. But 10 is only 1/10 of 100. You know? So it's like you have the chance to hit this like exponential, this like square root thing, right? If you can get the right price and the right audience. If you can maximize this and this, it's not a linear increase. It's a what's the word? Not exponential. It's like factor of 2. What's the word? It's squared. It's a square. It's 1 times the other, not just 1 plus the other. So quadratic, that's probably the word. So whatever shape this is, you can set a high price and then not a lot of people can play it because maybe it's too expensive, right?
Well, yeah, you sold a copy, but you only sold one copy. That's still only worth 10. You know, on the flip side, lots of people playing, but they're only paying $1. That's only worth 10 as well. But half of the people playing for half price, that's 5 times 5. That's 25. Right? You halved both of these values, but you got 2.5x the actual coverage. You made 2.5 times what this guy made and what this guy made on their games. So like, I guess that's when we talk about maximum value. The value is this line. It's if you can hit this perfect spot where the most amount of people are prepared to pay the most amount for what it is you made. So that's the point that I'm always trying to hit with Insignia. And when I talk about how the game wasn't enough, like when in the parts where I think, oh, the tutorial isn't clear enough, or people aren't finding the world full enough, or whatever it is, they're not enough, basically shifts the thing one way or another in these directions. Like maybe I can't, if the game's gameplay doesn't shine, maybe it's still pretty, maybe I can still set a decent price for it, but not as many people will play it because they won't find it as special, they won't tell as many people. Or if the game plays really well, but it doesn't look like much, you know, maybe more people will play it if I can somehow get it into their hands, but maybe I can't afford to charge as much because it just doesn't look premium, you know? That's a gross oversimplification of what I'm trying to do and why efficiency is so important, because the balance of those two things is it's like the difference between, yeah, a tenth versus like, what's the word? Getting 10 times the amount for the effort that you put in, you know, versus just 1 times the amount. So that for me is like why I spend so much energy trying to get the most value out of the least amount of time that I put in. But not trying to control scope necessarily. It's not always about the minimal scope. Less scope is better because you're more likely to put too much than not enough. But sometimes there isn't enough. Sometimes, particularly on polish, like UX polish, oh man. I feel like that is like one of the most underscoped things. If people don't get what it is you're doing, like what, they're just not gonna, it's just not, the merits of the thing aren't going to show. So that's why, like, you know, like I might put a task on my to-do list. That's why I was so anxious this morning, or like earlier in the stream, because I'm running through my head while I'm explaining to you guys. You know, I've got my timeline of only a few weeks. And then I look at areas of my game, like the ability unlock flow. I put a lot of time into this, but I know that it's not there yet. I know it's not. Like, I just know, even though I did this and I put it together and I implemented it in the game and it was done, even though it was done, it wasn't right. Like, it just wasn't what it needed to be. And still, I look at it still, now that I've got it looking like this, it's still only a piece of the puzzle. Like, because I can feel how much more valuable it is when it's done better. Like, it just feels so obvious when something communicates a lot in not a lot of time. You know, like if I explain to the player exactly how an ability works, I save them about 2 minutes of running around trying to figure it out, pressing buttons and getting confused. You know, if it's delivered in the perfect, concise way that communicates exactly, I'm showing enough, I'm telling enough, the balance is right, the communication happens and they get it, it saves me from adding an additional room, it allows me to make the puzzles more complex. You know, I don't have to be as hand-holdy. Just because I get that right, assuming that it's possible to do that. Assuming that I get it right. It's not just like reducing the work down to a task list to me is terrifying. It's terrifying to do that because it means I'm not allowed to iterate. Because when you say how long will this take you, what you're really saying is how long until you can't work on it anymore. You know, it's like I don't always want to be able to say that I don't need to work on it anymore because I haven't validated it yet. It's not in the game in a place where players have played it, where they've said, yes, this is good, this makes sense. So if I don't have that tick of approval, like what am I doing? Have I worked with producers before? I actually have not. I am desperate to work with a producer on this game specifically. I would love a producer. But no, I have never worked with a producer before. I've never worked on anything from a game perspective. I've never worked with a team. I've only, well, not for any extended period of time. I've done contract work, but the scope's already set quite clearly when you do contract work. And most of my career has been in UX. So project manager would be the closest thing to like a producer. But a project manager in software, their job is not really to minimize the work because the scope of the work is kind of already set again before you really get into it. So they're kind of just making sure that like there are no blockers on the work, at least in my experience. They're like the nice version of what HR is. It's like, okay, is everyone happy? Is everyone doing what they're supposed to do? Is anyone confused? Okay, we're all good. Everyone's happy. Great. I'm doing my job. Whereas like I think a producer's job is to like lay down the law and like say no a lot. Yeah, UX was my background. My degree is basically in UX. Interaction design, but mostly UX in terms of what we did during the degree. Although I would say like, I don't know, like design thinking was like a huge part of the degree. And I wouldn't understate how much that informs like the way that I approach this stuff, even from a game design perspective. Like it's still, to me, it's all design thinking, which is very abstract. It sounds very nebulous, but it's kind of what I base all of this stuff on. Like I never took like a game design degree. It was more just interaction design. But I mean, people that I went to uni with have gone into like customer experience stuff, like not like CX, not just UX, but also like front end web dev and all kinds of stuff. It's a fly in here. Does empathy learned in UX slow down building games? Slow down? Why would it slow it down? I think user empathy is one of these things that's incredibly important. It's so critical, including in games. It's like the most important thing. Player empathy is like, it's insanely important. It's the whole, you're trying to create art when you make a game, you're trying to connect with people. How can you do that if you don't have any empathy for them, right? However, I would say UX empathy is very different from gameplay empathy. There's a difference. UX, the skill that you're trying to flex when you do UX is, how do I get out of your way, right? How do I just like, I know what you want and I know how to give it to you. So how do I just like give you the thing that you told me you already wanted in such a way that you don't even see me there? Like, I just want to be invisible. That's UX. Game design is like, I want to build a relationship with you. How do I get you on the same wavelength as me so that we can have a conversation? It's so different. It's super unintuitive if you've been doing UX, at least to me. Some people would disagree with me there, I think. I don't think everybody would feel this way. But for me, it was like crazy how different it felt. And actually, the things that I thought I would have been good at, the UX elements of game design, I actually was bad at, because the standards aren't there, or at least not as much. So you have to be so much better at establishing those things with the player, because the expectations are set by you. Whereas in UX design, the expectations are set by industry standard stuff. It's like, oh, checkboxes work like this. Radio buttons work like this. You know, a nav for a website works like this. Carousels work like that. It's just like things are, the puzzle pieces have been in place for like 20 years. All you have to do is like know the rules about which puzzle pieces to use when, and then just like put them in place. You know, you're looking at solutions that have been solved over and over and over again for like 2 decades now. Whereas in game design, it's like you get to decide what the rules are, and you have to teach them to the player. And there are some things that cross over for sure, like, yeah, some stuff, but a lot of it, it's really just you're just making it happen, you know. Especially when your game has like unique mechanics, you know, when there's something that hasn't been done before, which you're incentivized to put in the game because that's what makes it stand out among the competition. You want it to be original. Pardon me. You want it to be original in some way. So like, you're going to have to come up against problems that haven't been solved yet. And even things that have been solved, you know, like interacting with objects in a game. You see games change that stuff up all the time. Like Elden Ring has like the jump button on triangle. Why is the jump button on triangle in Elden Ring? Well, it's because they've reasoned that, like, you know, X is better used for something else in their game. And it's not the same for every game, you know? Like, it's for that game in that context, they have to break a convention. They've just decided to do that. So, like, conventions in UX are great because, again, you're trying to just get out of the way. You know, the user's trying to do something and you know what they're trying to do because you've surveyed them, and that you have features that they're trying to use that you know that you have because you're providing a service as part of your business. And it's very clear cut what the relationship is like. With games, it's like, you know, I don't necessarily want you to spend as little time as possible in my game. I want you to spend more time. So how do I get you, like, how do I get in the way, you know, as the person creating the content? How do I get you to like what I'm doing so that you want more of it? And there's like an appreciation thing in UX. It's very unappreciated, you know. People don't, it's very rare for someone to go, wow, that UX is so good. I mean, maybe in Apple's case, it's something that they've branded themselves on. So like, you know, it just works kind of thing. That idea about like, you don't even have to think, it's like butter. Maybe people appreciate it there. But typically that comes with like a premium price tag. It needs to be like really, really, really good for people to notice something that feel satisfying. And a lot of the time it's aesthetics that they are thinking about. Whereas like in something like game design, the appreciation for what the game is doing is like it's like the whole thing. Like you're desperately trying to get the player to appreciate what you're doing and to be actively going, wow, this is fun. I'm having fun right now. Like I want more of this. That part was so good. You know, you want those reactions. It's not just like a kind of like a service, you know, and it's not a product either. It's an experience. You're taking them somewhere. You know, it's like a theme park. More than like a bus stop. Hey, I'm working on an attack animation for upward aerial attack. This doesn't have the polish that it needed, so I'm adding the polish. My wife's just come in. Hey! I'm still streaming. Guys, our electricity bill was so expensive. I got the bill today, and it was double my bill last period. We have been using the air conditioner too liberally. I don't know. The average bill? You want me to Google it? I'll check it. Annual consumption, 4,362 kilowatt hours. The average annual bill, we were on the average and then we doubled it. 300 a quarter was the average. In 2021 at least. It's probably got more expensive since then. For electricity. But that, I don't know if that included gas. We also have gas. Yeah, our bill was ridiculous today. Literally double. I already said ours was the double average, right? So it's like $600 for this quarter. For electricity, not for gas. It's just been like really friggin' hot. A lot. Saves the queen. That's very funny. I'm too autistic to pick up on that. That's cute. Man. Somebody asked me once, I think I was quipping once that like it would be nice if I think I mentioned to my psychologist maybe, like at the time, that I was kind of interested in getting an autism test. And he's like, why do you want one? And I was like, well, and I had a bit of trouble trying to explain what it was that I wanted out of it. But that's what you just did then. That's what I would, that's what I would like to be able to say in the moments where I don't get something. To be say, that's because I'm autistic, you know, like it would be really nice if I could use that explanation. Oh man, I was thinking about some stuff recently, like just life stuff, you know, like, and this isn't me saying like, oh, I'm so autistic. I don't know if I am. Like, so I'm not gonna, use neurodivergence as like a crutch or anything, or like make light of it or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. But there are times in my life where I just think like, I look back and I think, oh my God, people in my life around my most traumatic memories, the recurring theme for all of my most traumatic memories is the fact that someone was disgusted or like completely shocked that I did something that for me was so innocent and so unassuming, and I just didn't get the social aspect of it. Like I just totally I just didn't know something, you know? And they could not believe that I didn't know it, to the point where they were just offended, you know? That's my biggest fear. Like just screwing up that badly that someone thinks that I'm a bad person, but really I just have no, I just didn't know the thing. I just, you know, I just wasn't able to know, to know the social cue or whatever. I just did the wrong thing and I didn't know what the right thing was. But they couldn't believe it. That's happened to me like a ton of times as a younger person. And if someone was to say to me, Adam, that's because you have blah, that would put my mind at rest, you know? It'd just help me out a lot, you know, if I had an explanation for for those moments in my life. It happens less as I'm getting older, you know? Like you get embarrassed enough times that you pick up on things eventually. You learn not to do them anymore. But as a kid, man, I mean, partly that's just kids. I'm sure, you know, if I had to like explain it away, I probably could just say, well, you know, kids are kids and they don't know stuff. But man, there were definitely some doozies that other kids and other people were like, Adam, how did you not know this? You thought you were going to a boarding school? And live like in an Enid Blyton novel? Fine line between psychopathy and autism? Interesting. I don't think I'm a psychopath. Maybe I missed some part of that conversation. Maybe I missed a beat there. I think like, man, I don't even know. I don't even know what I got. Probably nothing, but like I said, it'd be nice to have an explanation for parts of me that aren't. The parts of me that aren't normal. I definitely have a hard time fitting in. Let's just say that. But I mostly like who I am. That's a positive, right? Like I don't want to be somebody else. I wouldn't like take medication or anything. If someone said, "Oh, Adam, you can be different if you take this pill," I probably wouldn't do it. I think I'm okay. So that's why like pathologizing it's probably not I know a lot of people struggle with stuff, and so it's not the kind of thing where I would just be like, it's not a meme, but I'm sure everyone's got a bit of something. Is it preferable to fit in or stand out? It's preferable to be able to achieve my dreams and have my intentions reflect my actions, reflect my intentions, or what's the word? It's preferable for my interactions to go the way that I expect them to go. that's my preference. So like, what I want is for people to not be. I don't want to like make. What's the word? I don't need to be like everybody else. I just want people to understand me. There you go. Yeah. Understanding my intent. That's like super. That's like it. That's literally it. If people could just understand my intent, I don't mind how much I fit in. I don't need to be like them. I just need to be not thought of as like a weirdo or a creep or like someone who's just like got bad intentions or anything like that. Or an idiot, Because I've like lots of times as a kid, like, was kind of plagued by the idea of people thinking I'm lazy or people thinking I'm stupid or people thinking I'm mean or malicious, like saying the wrong thing to someone or heartless. Like okay, here's the example. This is the one that was plaguing me. Like you have those trauma moments that come back. I had this girl in my class when I was in year 5, we call it. It's 5th grade. Or like kindergarten, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm in the 5th year of primary school, 6th year of primary school. And then you have year 6, obviously, and then you go to high school. But our high school is, oh God, how does this work for Americans? Doesn't matter. Let's say I'm 11 years old. When I was 11 years old, there was a girl in my class who I liked. And we were like close. We were like friends. And she told me that she liked me in class. She's like, oh, I like you, Adam. And I was like, oh, I like you too. And it was like, I was like, did I just get a girlfriend? Like, I was like, I really like this girl. And like, that was on like a Friday. And I think we like hung out at like lunch or something that day. And I was like so excited. And then like Monday morning, she like walks up to me in the playground and she's like, I can't like you that way. Like I don't want to be your girlfriend or anything. I don't know if she said like my mum said I'm not allowed to have a boyfriend or if she said I don't like you anymore. But it was pretty crushing. It's like she just flip-flopped. Hey, Yaramia, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. So I was like, oh, shit, okay. Anyway, I mean, you have to be okay with it. I guess I just sort of swallowed it and just moved on with my life. Yeah, really, it actually hurt a lot. About 6 months later, like the year after, we were in year 6, and or maybe it was year 5. Maybe it was the end of year 5. So she gave me a Christmas card, and I thought it was really sweet. It was like a nice card. She wrote a nice thing in it. This is just a bit of pretext to the real story. So she wrote this thing. I was like, oh, that's nice. I read the card and I threw the card away. because I thought that's what you did with cards. Like it did not occur to me that like that might offend her for me to like go, oh, that's a nice card, and then just like get rid of it. And then my cousin, who also went to the school, found the card in the bin and went, oh, someone's thrown out a Christmas card, opened the card, seen who it was from and who it was for, and then went and told the girl who I liked that I had thrown out the card. And she was so upset at me. She like walked up to me and like grabbed me by the collar, and she's like, why would you do that? Like, she was like so upset. And I was like, oh, like it was just like, I had no idea that what I did was something bad. I had no idea. And I was so embarrassed that I had done that. And it was just this moment, I look back on it and I'm like, I guess I should have known better. But like, how, like, there's no way I would have known that. Because like as a kid, like you grow up and like every birthday, someone like gives you cards with presents, and then the cards disappear. Like your parents like take them and they make them go away. You know what I mean? Like I never had my cards stay with me, you know? So I guess I just went, oh, like I just did but like someone with like emotional intelligence would have gone, this really means a lot to me that this person wrote this. They must have put time into it. I'll keep it for a while. I'll cherish this for a bit, you know, and then maybe next year I'll throw it away, or after a couple of weeks, you know, I'll take it with me home and I'll tell them that I really, you know, like there's like obvious things that I think that you do, you know, and I just didn't. There are lots of times in my life where like I just didn't intuitively do the thing that people seem to obviously do. Throw it away at home. Yeah, like that kind of like this thing happens to me as well. This is a more lighthearted example, but my wife does this thing. Let's say we're like we're in company, so we're having dinner with somebody, and like a sensitive topic for somebody comes up, or let's say I'm in the kitchen with my wife and she's on the phone to somebody, and she wants me to listen to a specific thing that's being said, or she's like trying to get my attention in a quiet way. She'll like kick my leg, you know, as like a, hey, like pay attention to this thing. And then I'll be like, why did you kick me? And she'll be like, ah, because I've like blown her cover. And it's like I guess I know that, but my brain doesn't do the thing where it knows better enough to save me, you know? Like it's only after that, like, I'm like, oh, I'm such an idiot. Like, why didn't I think of what? Of course, that's the thing people do, but I didn't do that. You know, just oblivious. I think that's the word, like, people that got used a lot for me. Like, my parents used to think I was like oblivious, or like in another world, or like on another planet, or in his own head, or that's how I was described my whole childhood. You know, and it's not like something that I liked about myself or even understood, you know, and I don't know how to explain it other than like, that's just what I am. You know, what is that? I don't know if that's something that you diagnose or if it's just like a, you know, everyone's different kind of thing. But that's apparently who I am. And it's not all the time. A lot of the time I do get it, you know, like there are lots of things that I understand, and I don't think I'm oblivious. In fact, you know, I got in that same school, my primary school, I got given like, I got like nominated as like the the student who like has the most empathy or whatever. It was like there was like a church presentation, and we all had to hold up a sign for like values of the school, and the kids got to vote on who should hold the signs for each of the values, and I got chosen to hold the empathy sign. And like that meant a lot to me, the idea that like that I had empathy for people, that I understood them. But that I never had a good way of rationalizing how I could have empathy but so little emotional intelligence or social intelligence, because you think that's empathy, right? So like what is that, you know? That's still to this day, like I struggle with that. Was my dad around? Yeah, my dad's my dad's pretty absent-minded, but yeah, I mean, he's around. Like I saw him every day. Like it wasn't like it's not like I didn't grow up with a father, but I was one of 5 kids, so I don't think he had like a lot of time for me. But then my brother has a lot of emotional and social intelligence, and he probably spent less time with my dad. Like it's really me. But people say that empathy actually is social intelligence. Empathy is your ability to understand how somebody else is feeling and thinking. That's what empathy is. Not sympathy. It's not being nice to them or feeling bad for them. That's sympathy. Empathy is actually having the intelligence to understand what it is that they are thinking. So like maybe the wording on the sign was wrong, because I think I have I'm very sentimental. I'm very nice to people when I need to be nice. You know, when I know that I need to be nice, I can be that. I care about people a lot, you know. Yeah. I mean, you're right, Triple Fudge Packer. I think you're right. I think there's this other thing that I definitely have, and maybe it explains the rest of it. So I have like general anxiety, I would say. That's what I have. And that anxiety probably makes me get a very, very strong negative reaction to things that like probably everybody experiences. So like certain things I'll dwell on for like years after. And I think that's just me. And I think the things that actually happen to me are not a big deal, really. They're fine, but because of that anxiety, I make them big. I get traumatized. I traumatize myself, you know? Like they're just normal things, but like in my head, they're super important, and I feel really bad when I do things wrong. I mean, I don't even think. I mean, the thing is, like, the only thing I guess when I say I'm different or whatever, it's because I guess I've been made to feel that way. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to be different. It's not like I'm like not like the other boys kind of thing. Like, I don't care, but I've been kind of humiliated. Or maybe everyone gets humiliated and I've just got a really strong reaction to it, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like maybe it's just like totally normal what I've experienced in my life, and that's fine and it's fine. But like for whatever reason, the way that I process it is like very sensitive. Do I feel like this affects you now? I mean, when I get really anxious about things, like when something specifically, when I'm in a period of high stress, my mind goes to those things a lot. Those moments in my life where I did the wrong thing and it hurt me, you know? It kind of makes it worse, you know? I think like my emotional stability suffers. And those moments are like the fuel. But again, maybe that's not neurodivergence in that sense. Maybe like it's not like it happened to you so often, Adam, because you're such a doofus, or because you've got some whatever. It's more like it happened to you once, just like it happens to everybody else once, but it haunts you all the time because you're whatever. Like, I think the way it affects me probably is different from other people. Because I don't hear other people that I talk to don't seem to have this level of like, you know, suffering over like normal things, you know? How can I do something that someone who deals with that like you feel better? What are things I can be more aware of while interacting with people like me? Like how can you be nicer to people like me? You probably can't. You know, like there's this thing, right? Like I'm not a perfect person, and there are times in my life that I'm not like super proud of. So like one of those times, I'll be honest, and it's not that bad, but it's a little bad, but it's not, you know, the worst. It's not the end of the world. Before I met, well, around the time I met my wife, I was single. I just gotten out of like a really long relationship with someone else. And I was kind of in this mode, this place in my life where I was like, I need to be like experiencing dating more, and I need to meet new people and blah, blah, blah. And so I was like on the apps and whatever. And there was a girl that I was talking to who I'd gone on like a couple of dates with. And she was, I think, very keen on me. And I thought she was cool. But like we had like a good connection the first date. And by like the third date, I was kind of feeling like there was something that kept happening. I kept like going on about my ex around her, or just talking about work a lot. It was kind of like we would talk like colleagues for like the majority of the date, and then she'd just want to make out. It was like very like I didn't like feel. It was so weird. It was like friendship and like sexuality, but it wasn't romance. Like I didn't have like feelings for her. And I think that was probably, I mean, I don't know if it was mutual, but like I was pulling away a little, you know, like it wasn't like, for me, I didn't think it was like super going very far. And I told her like, well, I'll get to that. Anyway, so like, I had told her that I was gonna sort of, oh yeah, like the second last time I met her, the third last time that I met her. So I sort of went on like 4 dates. So like on the second date, I think I said, hey, I just want you to know, like, I want to be meeting like a lot of people, and I don't know if I'm ready for anything serious. Like I'm sort of I just want to like be me for a bit and see what happens. And like it doesn't mean I don't want to see you anymore. Like I'm happy to keep seeing you, but I just don't know like how quickly I want to like get into anything, because I've just gotten out of a big relationship and I think it's affecting me still, and blah blah blah. Which is totally fine. I'm not. That's great that I said that. So I felt like I had checked expectations a little bit. And then like the worst thing happened for that relationship, which is that the next date I went on with the next person that I met was Cryptid A, and I like immediately fell in love with her. It was so weird. It was like once in a lifetime. Like I met the one, the next date that I had, you know, and all of those feelings that I had felt with this other girl where I was like, I don't know if I'm ready yet. Like, got recontextualized as, you know, she just wasn't the one, and this one was the one, you know, and you know, I can prove that because I'm married to this one. so I did something like that wasn't great, which is we hadn't set up any other dates. So like I went on this like second date with this girl. I went on the first date with my now wife. I went on like another date with this girl because obviously I only just met Danny, so I wasn't like I didn't know she was the one then, but like within 2 or 3 dates, it's like, oh shit, like I want you to be my girlfriend. Like I'm ready for a relationship because I don't want to miss this. And during that period, like, you know, I went on one date with one girl, I went on another date with the other. I was sort of like seeing them both sort of, you know, like I said I was going to do, you know, just wanted to meet people and see them. But I really should have said, like, sooner or even more clearly to the girl who I was dating first. I really should have said to her, like, hey, I've met someone and I think that this is serious, and thank you for being, you know, thank you for meeting me, and it's been great to get to know you, and I'm probably not going to, you know, thank you very much and have a nice life. I should have created closure rather than just sort of disappear. But I got literally so love drunk on Danny on Cryptiday that, like, no joke, like after the last date that I had with the first girl, we didn't set anything else up, and I had told her like, hey, like, you know, I had said something, but she said something like, it was great knowing you, and I said, oh, don't be like that, we'll see each other again. I did that because I couldn't in the moment say the thing. I couldn't say thanks very much, you know. I think she got the impression that, like, you know, I wasn't feeling it, and she extended the thing to say, hey, this is the end, right? And I didn't say, yes, this is the end. I didn't do that. So, but then I just left it. I kind of just left it open-ended. I didn't set up any more dates with her. We didn't really chat much more after that, which would have been fine if not for the next part, which is where the dumb thing that I re-traumatize myself over all the time happens. 2-3 weeks go by. I'm thinking all I'm doing is spending time with Cryptiday. This was in person. It was like very, you know, like it's so hard to hurt someone in front of their face. And I was like, you know, oh, you know, you never know kind of thing. Like I should have said, yeah, like, thank you so much for going on these dates with me, and you're a great person, and best of luck. I should have done that. I didn't do that. Probably would have been okay. You know, maybe she would have, you know, things didn't work out with Cryptiday. Maybe I do call her again. Maybe we do go out again. So like, that's kind of where I was when I didn't end it. I was kind of like, you know, maybe this one's going to turn out to be crazy. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Just keep my options open a little bit or something. But I probably still really should have ended it there. You know, like, be honest, be an honorable person. Just do the thing that's probably going to be. And if I miss out on the opportunity, I could always call her again and say, hey, I'm not sure if I was quite done getting to know you. You know, would you like to go out again if you're still single or something? I probably could have ended it and then reopened it if it needed to be done. You know, if I really did have second thoughts about not wanting to pursue her any further. But again, I didn't do anything. I just sort of left it a little bit open-ended. And then like 2 weeks later, I changed my Facebook status to in a relationship with my then girlfriend, now my wife. And I was still friends on Facebook with the original girl. And she obviously was very hurt by that because I hadn't told her that I was seeing a specific one person and that this person I was getting closer with. And so she sent me this like heartbroken text, and not super accurate. She accused me of some things that, like, well, I don't know where you got that from, but I still did the wrong thing. I still did the wrong thing, and I can't take it back, and I felt shitty about it, and I've felt shitty about it for like 8 years, you know, like it's still a thing that like pops up while I'm driving somewhere. I'm like, oh fuck, I was such an idiot, you know, like little things where it's like, that is a human thing. It happens. Like you learn that, you know, you make that mistake. Sometimes you hurt people, and if you had known that it was going to go that way, you wouldn't have done it. You know, like, of course I wouldn't have done that. You know, if I had known that the sequence of events, the way that they played out, would have ended with someone else being hurt who didn't deserve to be hurt, you know. Well, of course not, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's like the first time I'd ever been in that kind of situation, and I just dealt with it poorly, you know. But I still get stuck on that. And it's like, it doesn't help anyone for me to just flagellate myself over it all the time. It's gone. You know, it happened. She doesn't think about me anymore. It's done. Like, that was years and years ago. It doesn't matter. So I should just be okay with, like, you know, just flagellate. It's like whipping yourself. It doesn't help me to pick on myself over that, even if it was wrong. Like, I know it was wrong, and I've you know, I can accept that. I don't need to be convinced that what happened wasn't good, but I do need to move on. You know, at some point, right? Like, a normal person would go, I was such an idiot, you know, and just let it be. You know, that was a dumb thing for me to do. Oh well. You know, spend a week hitting yourself, and then just, you know, say you're sorry, and that's it. But like, it still hurts. The thing is, I think she really liked me. That's the thing. I think what happened was, she really liked me, and it wasn't really, we weren't really in a position where, like, you know, when you're just getting to know someone, it's like, you don't know each other, but you think you the person in front of you is just a bunch of things you're projecting onto them. You know, like, you're just like, what you want them to be is what you think of them as. So I think that, like, she kind of probably ignored some of the signs that I wasn't super, like, yeah. And I didn't see that she was into me as much. It's probably just that, you know, just, we were strangers still. I only met this girl 4 times, you know, and most of the time we were, you know, seeing her, you know, doing what the first date stuff. You know, you're not really spending a lot of time. Well, you know, we would chat, but like, do you want to go see a movie, or do you want to go see a comedy show or something? So you're sitting there watching something else. You're not like fully engaging a lot. So, like, you know, you're just meeting them still. I don't know, or at least that was our interaction. But I think she really liked me. And I think it hurt her a lot, because she was probably holding out more hope, whereas I was kind of like moving on already. But again, my fault for not being more clear about, like, saying that I wasn't interested, because you have to do that, you know. And you can't, and I guess for me, like the part of this it's hard is like, I think in life, you know, and I don't, again, not saying this is necessarily like I don't know, this is just the person I am. If I know what the right thing to feel or do is, I'm okay. If you tell me straight up, Adam, this was your fault, you know, you did the wrong thing. It's okay, don't do it again. Just learn from your mistake. I'm okay with that. You know, that's fine. Hey, are you hearing all this? But I'm the kind of person who gets like really, really anxious if I don't know whether the thing that played out was my fault or like if I should be okay with it. Because I'm probably predisposed to feeling very guilty if I've upset somebody. Whether or not it was my fault, like if they're upset, I feel bad. So, it's very like, I get very anxious about how to think about times when I've hurt someone. And I dwell on it trying to figure out what the right way to have approached it was, you know? And especially in those situations where I've hurt somebody who I don't even really know that well, it's like a double whammy because I can't fix it. Like it's not, you can't say, hey, so sorry that I hurt you. Let's meet up for coffee and I'll explain to you why you shouldn't be upset, or like I'll listen to your to how much I hurt you and I'll say that I'm really sorry and I'll buy you a slice of cake and we can shake hands and, you know, fix the misunderstanding up and you'll know that I'm not a bad person. It's like, if that, it's too late. You know, you didn't do the thing and now you've hurt that person and they don't want to know you anymore. So they're not your friend. You know, if you've got someone else, they don't want to let them move on. So like for me, like not being able to fix it also feels really, you know, hard. It's like, because I don't want people to be mad at me. I don't want to do the wrong thing and I want them to know that I don't want to do the wrong thing. Like, cause that person in that message, what she said, like, if it was somebody else and we were talking about some other topic, I'd be almost ready to argue with them over it. You know, like they were saying some pretty, making some accusations that are really not only not fair, but like kind of insulting and not really representative of how anything went. You know, it's like, excuse me? But obviously, like, it's still my fault. Like I did the wrong thing. So I don't want to go TMI on it though. So I won't go into that level of detail. Should have gone Ben Shapiro. Just full debate. Actually. She's here tonight. Imagine you're missing the girl, you don't know where she's still with you. Yeah. Hey, how you doing? How was the day? Yeah? You feel better about it? That's good. Yeah. You gonna throw that out?
I'm so mad at it.
Wash it first and smell it and see if it's still bad.
Lies. It
What?
doesn't smell.
Well, maybe that's just not a very good shirt for containing sweat. Yeah, so maybe you can wear it again in winter. Don't throw it out. It's a beautiful shirt. It's so nice. It's really one of your nicest. Well, I can understand why you'd be upset at it.
I'm mad at it.
Yeah, but don't throw it out. Let's go. Why didn't... I thought we went shopping. I guess we didn't. Let's go shopping tonight. Is that okay? 10 minutes? After that? Hey. Uber?
I've got 2 hours sleep and I have to have a full day off.
Do you want to get Uber? Do you want to get Uber? Well, I don't know, but guys, our electricity bill was so bad. But we didn't eat. Oh, we did go out, did we? Friday? No. We haven't had takeaway in a while, right? We didn't have it last week. We had, didn't we have? Where? We didn't have it here though. Did we go out? We went out to the cafe.
Road safe.
Yeah, I'm smarter than that.
You almost
You almost said it. Swizz wants to see the shirt. Nah, she's not decent. Do you guys know what that means? Decent? Is that an Australianism? If someone's decent? Have you heard of that? Fair enough, we did go out. I guess I can make go get some steaks or something. Sausages? Sausages? Wanna cook some rice? What else? Noodles. Alright. Check my DMs, Ari, my energy bill. Oh, don't worry about that. That's all fine. Someone after today's donation, I think we're okay. I Okay, thank you. Yes, that actually is kind of helpful. That would be cool. But I do think in this case, it was actually just our fault. No, I muted it, but I don't know why I muted it. I don't know why I did that. I think because I changed the scene. My brain just went, I'm going BRB, so I'll mute it. But I'm back, don't worry. You can hear me now. So I gotta go soon. But, combo 6. I think there is a frame here. No, that frame's no good. I can do much better than that. Okay, well. Thank you, Swizz. Yeah, that's cool. I do think it was our fault in this case, though. I think we just use the air conditioning too much, and we need to learn from it. But no, I'm totally open to whatever you have in mind. This is not wide enough, I don't think. The head needs to be yay wide. So you do say decent in the UK, is that right? I mean, from the angle that he is, it's kind of right. Are you decent? Are you decent, mate? Is that how you say it? Do Americans say it? Do you say, are you decent? If you're like walking into a room? Is you mental? Is you bollocks in it? Americans say it too? Oh wow, It's like a global English thing. Everyone says it. Are you decent? I'm not decent. Don't come in. Get. Canadians say it. Hey, bud. Don't come in, y'all. Y'all. Don't come in. I'm not decent. Yeah, hoser. Sorry, I'm just throwing out stereotypes here. Just having a bit of fun. Y'all. Get out. Get out, y'all. Take off, eh? No, they don't say y'all, they say ya. Get out, won't ya? Take off, eh? You're totally, like, cramping my style, yo. And if your mom's was in the hood? Smoke that, you... If you left your mom's... If that's true and you left your mom's in the hood... Like a cartoon bear? Like a cartoon bear. Hey, boo boo. Do Australians actually use crikey? Crikey. I have not heard somebody say crikey in real life ever. Being honest. Nobody that I know has ever said crikey. Not to say that it's not said, I've just never heard anyone say it. Outside of, obviously, Steve Irwin on TV. I understand it is an Australianism. It's a thing that has been said. But I've never heard anyone say it. There are plenty of Australianisms that we definitely still say, like tons of them. There's like heaps of them. That if you go, oh, do you say that? You go, yeah, we all say that. Except there are a bunch that aren't as well. Oh man, like you know one that's like so Australian that actually I don't hear anyone say anymore. Calling a toilet a dunny. Dunny used to be everywhere up until like the 90s. Everyone called them dunnies. Gone to the dunny. No, I haven't heard anyone say that since like the year 2000. It's like we all just stopped saying it. Nobody says it. It went away. I haven't heard anyone say struth. Ever? Oh, we do say hey, like they say it. It's kind of more like A though. But it's AY instead of EY or EH. Or hey, yeah, we do say hey. Heaps good hey. I don't know, hey. And we say reckon the way that Americans say reckon. Like, I reckon. Oh, I reckon. Bloody oath, I reckon. Hey. Oh, bloody reckon, hey. Yeah, bloody oath is definitely in there. Cark it in the nutty. In the dunny. Hooroo. Hooroo. I think people say that in Victoria. We don't say it in Sydney or in New South Wales. Nobody says hooroo here. Or bonza. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure people do say it. We don't though. Your uncle says hooroo? Hooroo. Where I'm from, actually, in the district of Sydney that I grew up in, there are a lot of English people. Like, it's kind of just where they all went. And I just happened to grow up here. My parents moved here when I was, before I was born. So, a lot of, I just have a lot of like Englishisms that I know. And my family aren't, well, they're obviously immigrants, so they don't really have like a lot of old Australian slang around where I grew up. So I'm aware of a lot of it, but I don't really say a lot. 10-pound poms, that's it. Yeah. So like, you know, I've got a friend whose mum's, well, both of his parents are English. So when he says like, I'll see you like 11:30, I know what 11:30 means, but like nobody says 11:30 or 9:30 here in Australia. That's like not a thing. Or like garage instead of garage or garage. Bunch of things like that I just sort of go, oh yeah. I grew up around people talking like that, but nobody talks like that here. Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. Because we say past. Like, that's just how we talk. Oh yeah, past. Maybe 11:30. We're pretty explicit about it. This has gone isometric all of a sudden. It's kind of cool, but... It's bloody freezing in here. Hang on one sec. I'll be right back. Do Aussie burgers really have pickled beets and pineapple? You mean beetroot and pineapple? Yeah. Bloody oath they do. You never heard of an Aussie burger? And egg if you want it. Mate. You better believe it. Aussie burger with a lot? Get it into ya. Potato on pizza? I've never had potato on pizza. I don't know what that's about. How you expect to physically eat that? Mate. Oh, look at that. That's a good one. That's what an Aussie burger looks like. At like a corner shop. A corner shop burger. Not these. These are garbage. kind of like that. Oh no, that's like an American cheeseburger. An Aussie burger. Come on. Where's like a real Aussie burger? Fish and chip shop? Yeah, like basically this. That's like the most Aussie burger you can get. Like that. Egg is good on a burger. A lot of our fish and chip shops, like, I don't know if it's just where I grew up, but like the two things that you wouldn't expect. One is like bakeries that are like Vietnamese owned and fish and chip shops that are Vietnamese owned. Vietnamese chip shops and bakeries are actually like S tier. They're so good. I don't know how they get into the fish market. I don't know where that comes from. But I mean the bakeries I understand because they were colonized by the French. But man, so good. How do I do this right? I've clearly not done it right. I think it looks okay, but I almost prefer this one. It's very hard for me to think of him as having a head that's so small. And then like, do I accept this into the canon of what his heads can look like? Because it's super not what I normally draw. That's okay. This is, I don't know, man. It looks too small and you can't see his ears, but like from that angle, like what else could it be? Maybe I just need to go further. Maybe I just need to ignore this angle and just do a better angle. Do Aussies have... Oh, I've missed a bunch of text. Yeah, it's a Final Fantasy Tactics face. It definitely is. Hey, James Warner, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome. Yeah, what I might do is just take the whole face, shift it over, and then just put an ear on there. Now that looks a lot more like Armin. But normally I give him a fringe. That's another thing. But I've already got the fringe going this way. So now it's got to go like sort of darker and off to the side. All right, but I gotta go. I gotta go. Twas a pleasure, pals. I guess I could make this. Oh, you know what I would do? I would just make this the skin color. Wait, did I? No. I would just do this, make that. I didn't, what I normally do is bias is unbiased the side by making them identical. And I guess I just forgot to do that. So this should be going, I guess because I always draw him facing the other way. That's better. But what am I doing with this fringe? What's happening here? Way, way, way better. I don't know what happened. I don't know how I lost that. Boom. Huh. Maybe I will rotate his face a little. But not in this moment. I'll just see what I can get away with in the animation. Oh yeah, that needs to be rotated for sure. Does he have a mouth sometimes? He has a mouth only when he yells. Like, there's one frame here where he's like, "Rah!" 2 frames, and then it's gone. All right, pals, I gotta go. Thank you so much for watching. 'Twas a pleasure. I'm keeping an eye on you guys on YouTube. If you keep unsubscribing, you might have to join us on Twitch. So for those of you on YouTube, you should follow on Twitch if you have a Twitch account, just in case, because I'm considering not streaming on YouTube anymore. Yeah, probably by the end of the week, I'll know if I'm going to keep doing it or not. So thank you everybody for joining. It's a shame. Yeah, it's hurting the channel a little bit. You know, a lot of unsubscription events happening. People just don't want to see it in the feed. So we'll see. All right, but let's end it on a positive. I hope you all have a lovely day or evening or whatever it is, wherever you are. If you like my content, we won't read anyone today because I got to run. But if you like my content, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice to support what I do. And yeah, that's it. Have a lovely evening. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until tomorrow.